Across the blood-stained pages of U.S. history, a chilling roster of American killers emerges, men and women whose crimes reshaped law, fear, and psychology itself. From frontier outlaws to modern psychopaths, their stories expose the dark anatomy of violence beneath the American dream. Each case reveals obsession, manipulation, and brutality wrapped in human disguise. This collection traces a century of murder, from rural massacres to urban nightmares, uncovering the patterns that haunt a nation built on freedom, yet shadowed by its own predators. Through 100 true stories, ruthless assassins, cult leaders, and serial murderers, we confront not only the killers themselves, but the society that created them. Born Henry McCarty, better known as Billy the Kid, he became a symbol of the chaotic American West. His legend claims he killed 21 men by age 21, though historians estimate fewer. What mattered wasn't the count. It was his defiance. Raised amid poverty and violence, Billy drifted into crime early, stealing horses, guns, and attention. His charm made him both a folk hero and a nightmare for lawmen. When he joined the Lincoln County War, his reputation exploded. Newspapers painted him as a rebel against corrupt lawmen, but behind the myth stood a teenager fluent in murder. Captured in 1880 and sentenced to hang, Billy's story should have ended there. Instead, he escaped jail, killing 2 deputies on the way out. His freedom was brief. Sheriff Pat Garrett tracked him down and shot him dead in 1881, or so history says. Rumors persisted for decades that Billy survived, living under new names across the frontier. Whether true or not, his ghost helped craft America's obsession with killers who become legends. If Billy was rebellion, Jesse James was vengeance wrapped in politics. Born in Missouri during the Civil War, Jesse and his brother Frank fought as Confederate guerrillas. When the war ended, they didn't stop fighting. They just changed targets. Banks, trains, and stagecoaches became their battlefields. The James Gang's robberies were brutal, often ending in blood. Yet the public adored them. Newspapers spun their crimes as revenge against corrupt union bankers and politicians. In reality, they were cold-blooded killers. During one botched robbery in Northfield, Minnesota, the gang gunned down civilians, a turning point that shattered their folk hero image. Jesse's paranoia grew. He trusted no one, not even his closest friends. It was that fear that led to his death in 1882 when Robert Ford, a gang member seeking the bounty, shot Jesse in the back. Ford's betrayal became symbolic, the moment the West's most romantic outlaw met the cold reality of treachery. In a man's world of murder and myth, Belle Starr carved her own legacy. Nicknamed the Bandit Queen, she was a horse thief, smuggler, and associate of the James and Younger gangs. Born Myra Belle Shirley in 1848, she grew up among violence and rebellion. Belle married outlaw Sam Starr, with whom she ruled the Cherokee Nation's wild borderlands. They ran criminal networks that mixed native rebels, escaped slaves, and wanted men, all against a backdrop of collapsing law. Belle's sharp tongue and gun hand earned her fame and fear alike. But legend turned to tragedy when Sam was killed in a shootout, leaving Belle to run the operation alone. In 1889, she was ambushed and murdered on horseback, shot in the back, her killer never found. Her death sealed her myth. The press called her the female Jesse James, ignoring that she'd lived more fiercely than most men of her time. Long before the FBI coined serial murder, a Kansas family turned their homestead into a death trap. Between 1871 and 1873, the Bender family, John, Elvira, John Jr., and Kate, invited travelers into their inn on the Osage Trail. Guests never left. The Benders' method was as gruesome as it was efficient. they seated victims at a dining table positioned over a hidden trapdoor. As Kate distracted them with charm or talk of spiritual healing, the men of the family struck from behind with hammers, slitting throats before dumping the bodies below. Dozens vanished before suspicion grew. When neighbors finally investigated, the Benders were gone. What they found was unspeakable. 11 decomposing bodies buried in the garden, faces crushed and throats slit. Among them were children. The manhunt that followed was fruitless. The Benders vanished into the wilderness, never to be found. Their house, left standing for a time, became a macabre tourist attraction, the first murder house in American history. Their story symbolized the nightmare of the frontier. Freedom without law, hospitality turned into horror. Each of these figures, Billy, Jesse, Belle, and the Benders, helped shape America's fascination with killers. The media, even then, turned murder into spectacle. Outlaws became folk heroes. Victims faded into history. Law enforcement was primitive, often outgunned, and justice depended on the quickest draw. But behind the myths lay something darker, a reflection of the nation itself. The frontier, for all its promise, was built on blood. Violence wasn't an aberration. It was woven into the American story. These early killers showed that power, fame, and death could coexist, a pattern that future generations of murderers would perfect. From dusty trails to neon cities, their echoes never faded. The West may have been tamed, but the American appetite for violence only grew stronger. The outlaw spirit simply evolved, trading revolvers for psychology, horses for highways, and fame for infamy. The next era would no longer hide its monsters behind folk tales. It would name them, study them, and immortalize them, ushering in the age of modern murder. When the 1893 Chicago World's Fair drew millions of visitors, the city glittered with promise. Amid that spectacle of progress rose a handsome, soft-spoken doctor named Herman Webster Mudgett, better known as H. H. Holmes, a man whose charm masked the soul of a monster. Holmes built what would later be called the Murder Castle, a labyrinthine hotel designed for death. Hidden within its walls were trapdoors, gas chambers, secret chutes, and soundproof rooms. Guests checked in, but many never checked out. His victims, mostly women lured by jobs, romance, or shelter, were methodically killed, dissected, or cremated in his basement furnaces. He was the perfect predator for an industrial age, intelligent, articulate, and terrifyingly organized. Holmes turned death into business, selling skeletons to medical schools and insurance scams to partners. Estimates of his victims range from 27 to over 200, though the true count will never be known. When finally caught in 1894, Holmes confessed with chilling detachment, "I was born with the devil in me. I could not help the fact that I was a murderer." He was executed in 1896, but his legend only grew. Holmes wasn't just a killer. He was America's first urban serial murderer, proof that evil could thrive in the heart of civilization. His story would influence criminology, literature, and even architecture, a grotesque reflection of modern America's hidden darkness. Few names in American crime have endured like Lizzie Borden's. Her nursery rhyme alone sealed her fate in folklore. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. In 1892, Fall River, Massachusetts, became the stage for one of the most sensational murders in U.S. history. Lizzie, a church-going spinster, lived with her wealthy but miserly father, Andrew Borden, and her stepmother, Abby. On August 4th, both were found brutally slaughtered. Andrew's face cleaved beyond recognition. Abby struck multiple times with a hatchet. Lizzie became the prime suspect. Her behavior, calm, detached, and at times smug, unnerved investigators. Evidence was circumstantial: a burned dress, inconsistent testimony, and her proximity to the crimes. But her trial captured the nation. A Victorian woman accused of patricide symbolized the shattering of social norms. In the end, the jury acquitted her. There was no clear motive, no eyewitnesses, and society could not accept that a woman, especially one of her class, could commit such horror. Yet public opinion never forgave her. Lizzie lived the rest of her life as an outcast, her name synonymous with unsolved guilt. Her case marked a cultural turning point. The press turned murder into theatre, and Lizzie became its first enduring celebrity. She blurred the line between innocence and monstrosity, setting the stage for every media-saturated trial that followed, from O.J. Simpson to Casey Anthony. If Holmes was the architect of death and Lizzie the symbol of mystery, Jane Topham was the embodiment of pure sadism. A nurse by trade and poisoner by choice, she confessed to killing at least 31 people, patients, landlords, and even friends. Born in 1857, abandoned by her father, Jane grew up in an orphanage before training as a nurse at Massachusetts General Hospital. She was competent, kind on the surface, and completely devoid of empathy. Her weapon was morphine and atropine, administered in precise doses to sedate and kill. Unlike other poisoners, Jane's motive wasn't money or revenge. She killed for pleasure. Her confessions were chilling. She described lying beside her dying victims, watching them fade, feeling their life ebb under her control. "It gave me pleasure," she said simply. When finally arrested in 1901, Jane showed no remorse. She told doctors she wanted to kill more people than anyone else had ever done, a horrifying precursor to the modern serial killer's lust for infamy. Declared insane, she spent the rest of her life in an asylum, reportedly cheerful and untroubled. Topham's case shook America's trust in its caretakers. The notion that a nurse, a figure of healing, could murder for satisfaction shattered the nation's belief in safety and goodness. She became the archetype of the angel of death, a term still used today for medical killers who hide behind scrubs and sympathy. H. Holmes, Lizzie Borden, and Jane Topham were not products of poverty or chaos. They were the offspring of order, prosperity, and innovation, the first to weaponize America's progress. Their crimes took place not on battlefields or wastelands, but in parlors, hospitals, and hotels. The killers of the frontier had been loud, visible, and short-lived. These new ones were quiet, educated, and enduring. What united them was control. Control over victims, over perception, and over narrative. Holmes built his own stage. Lizzie commanded the courtroom. Topham mastered life and death itself. Each in their way, they taught America that evil wasn't always a man in a mask. Sometimes it wore a smile, a dress, or a white coat. As the 20th century approached, new names would rise, killers who combined the theatrical flair of the old outlaws with the cold precision of modern science. The age of psychology, mass media, and urban anonymity would give birth to something darker, the modern serial killer. And America, horrified yet fascinated, would never look away again. He looked harmless, a frail old man with polite manners and a grandfather's smile. But inside, Albert Fish lived a demon. Born in 1870 in Washington, D.C., Fish grew up in orphanages where beatings awakened his taste for pain. By adulthood, he turned that pleasure outward, toward children. Fish became one of America's most depraved killers. He targeted vulnerable children, often from poor families, luring them with promises of work or gifts. What set him apart wasn't just murder, but the unspeakable acts that followed. He mutilated, cannibalized, and even sent taunting letters to the parents of his victims. The most infamous was Grace Budd, a 10-year-old girl he abducted in 1928. Months later, her family received a letter describing in nauseating detail how he killed and ate her. The document, full of biblical references and delusion, became evidence of his guilt and his madness. When captured in 1934, Fish confessed calmly, claiming God had commanded him to kill. During his trial, psychiatrists described him as a walking encyclopedia of sexual perversion. Yet he was deemed sane and executed in the electric chair in 1936. Witnesses said he smiled before the switch was pulled. Albert Fish became a grim symbol of the century's descent, proof that monsters could look like anyone, even a gentle old man with grey hair and kind eyes. While Albert Fish preyed on children, Belle Gunness hunted grown men with the same merciless efficiency. Standing 6 feet tall and built like a labourer, she was no ordinary widow. Born in Norway and emigrated to America, Belle turned her farm in La Porte, Indiana, into a slaughterhouse of suitors. She placed Lonely Hearts ads in newspapers, promising companionship and shared fortune. Men responded, carrying life savings to her farmhouse, and vanished. Belle would welcome them with a meal, then strike. Some were poisoned, others bludgeoned and butchered. She buried their remains in her pig pen. In 1908, her farmhouse burned to the ground. Among the ruins, authorities found the bodies of her children and a headless female corpse believed to be Belle herself. But rumors spread quickly. The body didn't match her size, and several witnesses swore they saw Belle afterward. Excavation of her property revealed at least 11 dismembered bodies, possibly over 40. Each grave held a man who had once loved or trusted her. The public was horrified yet captivated. A woman killing with the cold precision of a butcher was almost unthinkable. Belle Gunness vanished from history, her fate unsolved. Some say she fled under a new name, others believe she died in that fire. Regardless, she remains one of America's most prolific and mysterious murderesses. If Belle Gunness hunted lovers, Amy Archer Gilligan murdered for security, not her victims, but her own. She ran the Archer home for the elderly and infirm in Windsor, Connecticut, a supposed sanctuary for the aged. Residents paid a fee for lifetime care, but few lasted long. Between 1907 and 1916, dozens of deaths occurred. Too many, too quickly. Local gossip turned to suspicion when Amy's husband and several clients all died under her care, their wills suddenly rewritten in her favor. Investigators discovered bottles of arsenic and strychnine hidden around her home. Amy had a simple pattern: offer comfort, gain trust, then poison for profit. When questioned, she smiled sweetly, feigning innocence. But a journalist named Harper's Weekly exposed the string of mysterious deaths, triggering an official investigation. In 1917, Amy was arrested and charged with murder. Her case became national news, a soft-spoken caregiver turned executioner. The trial inspired the dark comedy play Arsenic and Old Lace, though her real story was anything but funny. Amy was convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment, later moved to a psychiatric hospital. She died in 1962, leaving behind a trail of bodies and a chilling legacy: evil disguised as mercy. Though British by birth, George Joseph Smith's crimes crossed into American awareness through newspapers fascinated by his methodical cruelty. He married wealthy women across the US and England under false names, insured them, then drowned them in bathtubs to collect the payout. In each case, the scene appeared accidental, until investigators connected the dots. The pattern was chillingly identical: newlywed brides found dead after fainting during baths. Smith's charm and cold precision fascinated early criminologists who called him a murderer of the modern age. When captured in 1915, he showed no remorse, maintaining that the women were simply unlucky. His trial introduced new forensic techniques and psychological analysis, helping shape early criminal profiling. Smith was executed by hanging, his case remembered as a warning that romance could be fatal. The killers of the Gilded Age shared a terrifying truth. They hid behind progress. They weren't wild outlaws or drifters, but citizens integrated into polite society. A nurse, a widow, a businessman. Each used modernity as camouflage. Medicine, marriage, and respectability became their weapons. Albert Fish turned piety into perversion. Belle Gunness used domesticity as bait. Amy Archer Gilligan monetized death. George Joseph Smith exploited love itself. They thrived because America wanted to believe evil could be recognized, that a killer must look like a monster. But they looked ordinary. That realization forever changed the way America saw crime. The birth of newspapers and urban rumor turned their atrocities into headlines, birthing the true crime industry that endures today. The Gilded Age promised moral progress, yet beneath its gold leaf gleamed corruption and depravity. These killers were not exceptions. They were symptoms of a nation learning that darkness could wear silk gloves. The coming decades would prove even worse. Science would advance, psychology would name the unthinkable, and killers would no longer be hidden. The age of profilers, forensics, and media obsession was about to begin, and America's fascination with evil would become unstoppable. The Great Depression didn't just starve the nation's wallets, it starved its conscience. Hunger, unemployment, and desperation gave rise to a new breed of killer, the celebrity criminal. The outlaws of the 1930s weren't hiding in the shadows. They posed for cameras, sent letters to newspapers, and became household names. America's pain made them folk heroes, and their crimes theater. These were men and women who transformed bank robberies into rebellion, gunfights into headlines, and murder into myth. Their violence was both protest and performance, and in the chaos of the Depression, the public cheered them on, until the bullets stopped. Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow were no mere lovers. They were the poster children of outlaw romance. Young, desperate, and reckless, they began their crime spree in 1932, robbing gas stations, small banks, and grocery stores across Texas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. The media painted them as glamorous bandits, lovers on the run, living free while America suffered. But the truth was bloodier. Clyde killed without hesitation, often mowing down officers who stood in his way. Bonnie, though often romanticized, wrote poems that glorified their crimes, feeding their legend. Their fame exploded after police discovered photos from their hideout. Bonnie posing with a cigar and revolver, grinning beside Clyde's car. Those pictures immortalized them as anti-heroes, symbols of rebellion against a system that had failed millions. Their end came violently on May 23, 1934. Lawmen ambushed their stolen Ford Deluxe in Louisiana, firing over 100 rounds. When the smoke cleared, Bonnie and Clyde's bodies were riddled with bullets. Crowds gathered to collect souvenirs, locks of hair, shards of glass, even buttons from their clothes. Death only made them eternal. Their story became America's first crime romance myth, echoed in songs, films, and the idea that love could be both doomed and defiant. To his fans, Pretty Boy Floyd was a modern Robin Hood, a man who robbed banks but supposedly burned mortgage papers to free farmers from debt. To the FBI, he was a dangerous killer responsible for multiple murders and robberies across the Midwest. Born into poverty in Oklahoma, Floyd turned to crime after losing his farm during the Depression. His good looks and charm earned him the nickname Pretty Boy, though he despised it. He saw himself as a man fighting back against a corrupt financial system that had crushed the working class. Floyd's most infamous act was his alleged involvement in the Kansas City Massacre of 1933, a deadly ambush that killed 4 law enforcement officers. Though his role was disputed, the event cemented his reputation as public enemy number 1. In 1934, FBI agents led by Melvin Purvis hunted Floyd down in a cornfield near East Liverpool, Ohio. Wounded and cornered, he refused to surrender. He died under a hail of bullets, another folk hero erased by the system he'd fought. To this day, some in Oklahoma still leave flowers at his grave. For them, Floyd wasn't a murderer. He was a man who dared to fight back. George Machine Gun Kelly wasn't born a killer. He was a salesman of fear. Charismatic and clever, he turned his criminal career into a brand. Armed with his signature Thompson submachine gun, Kelly robbed banks and bootlegged liquor during Prohibition, but his real fame came from his boldest act, the kidnapping of oil tycoon Charles Urschel in 1933. Kelly and his gang demanded $200,000, a fortune in Depression-era America. The crime was meticulously planned, but his ego was his downfall. He bragged endlessly, shouting, "Don't shoot, G-men," during his arrest, a phrase that became legendary. Ironically, the nickname G-men, for government men, originated from that moment, forever tied to Kelly's capture. Sentenced to life at Alcatraz, he became a model prisoner, calling guards "Sir" and reminiscing about his short-lived glory. Machine Gun Kelly's story revealed a key truth. By the 1930s, crime wasn't just survival, it was performance. The public didn't just fear killers, they consumed them like entertainment. Where Floyd had purpose and Kelly had ego, babyface Nelson had only rage. Born Lester Gillis, he stood barely 5 feet tall and looked boyish, but his temper was volcanic. He killed without hesitation. Friends, foes, even civilians caught in the crossfire. Nelson became a protege of John Dillinger, another infamous outlaw, and together they terrorized banks across the Midwest. But while Dillinger sought fame, Nelson sought chaos. His signature moment came during the Battle of Barrington in 1934, when he exchanged gunfire with FBI agents in a deadly standoff. Though mortally wounded, Nelson kept shooting, killing 2 agents before collapsing. His body was later found riddled with bullets, his face barely recognizable. Even in death, his fury seemed alive. Nelson's rampage embodied the raw anger of a generation betrayed by the Great Depression, a man who turned hopelessness into violence. The killers of the 1930s weren't just criminals, they were mirrors of America's despair. Their lives reflected a nation caught between survival and morality. They murdered bankers while the public lost homes, shot lawmen while the government failed to feed its citizens, and died under the same guns they once wielded. They also changed crime forever. The FBI, once a small investigative office, evolved into a national powerhouse in direct response to their chaos. J. Edgar Hoover turned their legends into propaganda, using their deaths to showcase federal power. Yet even Hoover couldn't erase their allure. Newspapers turned corpses into headlines, headlines into legends. Americans saw in them not monsters, but freedom, distorted, bloody freedom. Bonnie and Clyde's romance, Floyd's defiance, Kelly's theatrics, and Nelson's fury, together they formed a mythology where violence equaled power. Their ghosts haunt every crime story that followed, whispering that beneath the system's order, rebellion still bleeds. The Depression ended, but the idea of the American outlaw endured, soon to evolve from gangsters with guns to predators with minds. War changes people, but in America's darkest corners, it created monsters. While soldiers fought overseas and the world celebrated victory against tyranny, a different war brewed in alleyways, small towns, and forgotten cities. Beneath patriotic headlines, a new kind of killer thrived, one shaped by violence, secrecy, and chaos. The late 1930s to mid-1940s were years of global conflict, but at home, the nation was also battling fear, paranoia, and moral disintegration. The war fed the imagination of killers. It offered inspiration, training, and the cover of distraction. Newspapers that should have screamed about unspeakable crimes instead printed stories of bravery from the front lines. Behind those headlines, America's hidden predators moved unseen. In Cleveland, dismembered torsos began washing up along the shores of Lake Erie. The city called it the Torso Murders. Police found limbs, heads, and torsos scattered through Kingsbury Run, a grim stretch of land that became synonymous with fear. The man responsible was never caught, but his work was methodical and almost surgical. 12 bodies, men and women both, reduced to puzzles of flesh and bone. The killer was named the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. Investigators turned to Eliot Ness, fresh off his fame as the Prohibition-era hero who brought down Al Capone. But even Ness couldn't solve this nightmare. The butcher seemed to vanish as easily as he struck. Police found clues, bloodied tools, campfires, hints of medical precision. But no face, no motive. Some believed he was a doctor, others a deranged soldier back from the war. Whoever he was, he dissected the idea of safety in American cities. Cleveland would never recover. The Mad Butcher's legacy bled into every urban legend that followed, a reminder that even in peacetime, horror had its own battlefront. In California, a young boy named Sanford Clark lived through a nightmare few could imagine. He was forced to assist in the murders of other children at a desolate chicken ranch in Wineville, under the control of his uncle, Gordon Stewart Northcott. The crimes began in the 1920s, but echoed into the wartime years, when the nation learned through horrifying court testimony how deeply evil could hide behind a smile. Northcott lured boys from Los Angeles, promising work and safety. Instead, he tortured and killed them, burying their remains in shallow graves behind his chicken coops. His mother helped conceal his crimes. His nephew, Sanford, was both victim and unwilling witness. The discovery of the murders shook California so profoundly that the city of Wineville changed its name to Mira Loma, trying to erase the stain of the past. Northcott was executed in 1930, but the echoes of his crimes lived on. His story inspired Clint Eastwood's film Changeling, based on the true story of one boy's disappearance and a mother's endless search for truth. Even after his death, people whispered about more graves, more boys, more secrets buried beneath California soil. As the 1940s dawned, war reshaped American cities once again. Returning soldiers brought trauma home, often unspoken and untreated. Among them were men who had seen too much: blood, dismemberment, cruelty. And now they found themselves lost in civilian life. The structure of battle had given them purpose. Without it, they unraveled. In Cincinnati, one such man would later become one of the most prolific killers in American history. Donald Harvey, known as the Angel of Death, would not strike until decades later, but his roots began here. In a generation that learned obedience without empathy, he would go on to kill dozens of patients in hospitals under the guise of mercy, but his formative years were shaped by a culture that normalized death as duty. Before Harvey, there was another mind warped by wartime isolation, William Hirons. In 1946, Chicago police arrested him for a string of murders that seemed both senseless and ritualistic. The victims, women from affluent neighborhoods, were strangled and mutilated. Police found a chilling message scrawled in lipstick on a wall. "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." The words became infamous, a confession and a curse. Hirons was just 17 when arrested, a quiet, intelligent student who seemed incapable of such savagery. But the evidence was overwhelming. The war had produced orphans, trauma, and disconnection. And perhaps in Hirons' fractured mind, all those things collided. He would spend the rest of his life behind bars, one of Illinois' longest-serving inmates, dying at 83 after over 6 decades in prison. War made killers of men who'd never fired a weapon. It desensitized a generation, glorified violence, and blurred morality until it cracked. The media called them isolated incidents. A butcher in Ohio, a pervert in California, a student in Chicago. But together, they told a story of national decay. The government's attention was elsewhere. While the FBI chased spies and saboteurs, homegrown murderers thrived in the blind spots. When peace finally came in 1945, America celebrated, parades, confetti, flags waving in victory. But in the alleys and hospitals, in the basements and quiet suburbs, the ghosts remained. By the late 1940s, the post-war optimism hid a sickness beneath it. The killers of this era weren't just products of trauma, they were reflections of it. The Cleveland torso murders reminded the nation that evil could exist without motive. The Wineville horrors showed that families could breed monsters. Hirons' crimes proved that intellect and insanity could coexist. And together, they set the stage for what was coming, the birth of the modern serial killer. The war had ended, but something darker was beginning. The soldiers who returned were no longer the same, and neither was the nation they fought for. The shadow of war had seeped into the American psyche, and by the next decade, it would explode into an era of calculated, unfeeling murder, unlike anything the country had ever seen. The war had ended, but peace was a fragile illusion. America's soldiers came home, cities rebuilt, industries roared, and the nuclear family became the dream everyone was told to chase. Behind those white picket fences, though, something festered. The quiet streets and smiling faces masked a creeping darkness. A generation numbed by conflict, haunted by memory, and ready to snap. The 1950s were a paradox, safety on the surface, sickness underneath. The American dream demanded conformity, and the pressure crushed many. The monsters of this era didn't lurk in battlefields or dark forests. They lived next door. They were butchers, loners, students and lovers, shaped by post-war order, but consumed by private chaos. In the frozen heart of Wisconsin, Ed Gein watched his mother die. Her voice, filled with fire and religion, had ruled his childhood like a sermon. She told him women were evil, that sin lived in the flesh. When she passed, Ed was left alone on their remote farm, surrounded by silence and ghosts. That silence twisted him. It whispered things no man should hear. Between 1954 and 1957, Gein began digging up corpses from local graveyards. He exhumed bodies, skinned them, and kept trophies, skulls, faces, organs, turning his farmhouse into a museum of death. When police finally entered his home in 1957, they discovered masks made of human skin, chairs upholstered with flesh, and bowls fashioned from skulls. It wasn't just murder, it was art in decay. Gein admitted to killing 2 women, but the horrors inside his home suggested far more. His story horrified America, yet fascinated it too. He became the blueprint for cinematic evil, inspiring Psycho's Norman Bates, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre's Leatherface, and Silence of the Lambs' Buffalo Bill. The nation couldn't look away. Ed Gein wasn't just a killer, he was a mirror. His madness reflected a truth America didn't want to face, that the monsters we fear most are born from the repression we worship. In 1958, another killer emerged, younger, bolder, and far less subtle. Charles Starkweather was 19, his girlfriend, Carol Fugate, just 14, when they began a killing spree across Nebraska and Wyoming that left 11 people dead. To the world, they were teenagers in love. To those who found the bodies, they were death in motion. Starkweather idolized James Dean and dressed the part. Leather jacket, rebellious sneer, defiance in every step. But his rebellion wasn't romantic. It was nihilism. He killed without purpose, sometimes for money, sometimes for sport, often for nothing at all. Their rampage began when Carol's family disapproved of their relationship. Starkweather responded by murdering her parents and sister, then fleeing with Carol. Over 2 months they shot, strangled, and stabbed strangers across the Midwest, leaving carnage that shocked a nation still clinging to the image of innocence. When they were finally captured, America was divided. Was Carol a victim or an accomplice? The court said the latter, sentencing her to prison, while Starkweather was executed in the electric chair. He died smiling. Their story inspired films like Badlands and Natural Born Killers, setting a pattern for couples who turned love into slaughter. By the 1960s, the country's optimism had begun to rot. The sexual revolution, civil rights movement, and Cold War paranoia fractured the American psyche again. And with that fracture came a new wave of killers, calculated, methodical, and utterly without empathy. In Chicago, Richard Speck walked into a dormitory on July 13, 1966, and changed history. A sailor turned drifter, Speck had spent his life drifting from job to job, always angry, always armed. That night, he broke into a townhouse that housed 8 student nurses. One by one, he tied them up, assaulted them, and strangled them. 7 women died before dawn. One survived by hiding under a bed, watching the massacre unfold in silence. It was her testimony that led to Speck's arrest, and the world's realization that pure evil could exist in human form. Speck didn't kill for money, revenge, or ideology. He killed because he could. His trial was a media circus. His face, tattooed with the words, "Born to Raise Hell," became a symbol of everything America didn't understand about itself. He lived out his life in prison, where videos later surfaced of him bragging about his crimes while living decadently behind bars, proof that evil not only survives punishment, but adapts to it. In Boston, fear had a new name: the Strangler. Between 1962 and 1964, 13 women were found murdered in their own apartments. The killer left no fingerprints, no forced entry, just silk stockings tied in perfect bows around their throats. The city descended into panic. The man eventually arrested was Albert DeSalvo, a handyman and self-proclaimed ladies' man. His confession shocked investigators. He claimed to be responsible for all 13 murders. Yet even then, doubts lingered. Evidence was shaky, the confession inconsistent. DNA testing decades later linked him definitively to only one of the killings. Whether DeSalvo was the true Boston Strangler or just a convenient scapegoat remains one of America's enduring mysteries. What united Gain, Starkweather, Speck, and DeSalvo wasn't just brutality, it was timing. They thrived in an era that celebrated normalcy while suppressing everything beneath it. Post-war America demanded smiles, but these men gave it screams. They were the consequence of perfectionism, of a culture obsessed with decency while denying darkness. Television was new, the suburbs were booming, every family wanted to be the Cleavers. But behind closed doors, anxiety ruled about the bomb, about conformity, about whether any of it was real. And into that tension stepped killers who broke the illusion. Gain's house of horror tore apart the myth of small-town innocence. Starkweather's spree destroyed the fantasy of teenage love. Speck shattered trust in the safety of one's home. DeSalvo violated the idea that locks and walls could keep evil out. Together, they dismantled the American dream, one corpse at a time. By the end of the 1960s, the stage was set for the next generation. Not impulsive killers, but architects of terror. The men who followed would study their predecessors, refine their methods, and hunt not for survival, but for satisfaction. They would learn to hide in plain sight, to manipulate, to plan. The post-war predators had opened the door. The next wave would walk through it, and America would never sleep again. By the dawn of the 1970s, America's innocence had finally shattered. The country that once believed in post-war stability and moral order now woke to nightly news of serial murders, cults, and unexplained terror. The killers of this era didn't just murder, they communicated. They played games with the press, mocked the police, and turned death into spectacle. For the first time, evil wasn't hiding. It was writing letters, leaving symbols, and demanding attention. The decade belonged to the Zodiac, the faceless architect of fear who turned Northern California into a living puzzle. He began in 1968 with what looked like random killings. Lovers shot in parked cars, a cab driver murdered in cold blood. But soon, letters arrived at newspapers across San Francisco, ciphers, symbols, threats, each signed with a circle and cross, Zodiac. He spoke to the world as if it were an audience. His notes mocked the police, taunted reporters, and promised more deaths if his ciphers weren't printed. The public devoured every detail, the handwriting, the codes, the arrogance. One letter read, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." It wasn't just a confession, it was a manifesto. The Zodiac became the first true celebrity killer, a ghost haunting headlines. He called into talk shows, changed his methods, and vanished just as easily as he appeared. Over the years, the list of suspects grew. Arthur Lee Allen, Lawrence Kane, and dozens more. None were ever proven. His ciphers took decades to decode. Even today, his identity remains one of America's greatest mysteries. But the Zodiac wasn't alone in his hunger for attention. Across the country, another killer was listening, one who would later claim that demons spoke to him through dogs. In New York City, during the sweltering summer of 1976, young couples parked under streetlights and whispered nervously about a gunman who called himself Son of Sam. His real name was David Berkowitz, a postal worker who believed his neighbor's dog was possessed by Satan and commanding him to kill. Over 13 months, he murdered 6 people and wounded 7 more, leaving cryptic notes for police signed Son of Sam. He targeted lovers in cars, just like Zodiac, feeding off media panic. The city descended into hysteria. Women cut their hair short to avoid fitting his victim profile. Bars and clubs emptied after dark. Every headline screamed his name. When he was finally caught in 1977, after a parking ticket led police to his car, Berkowitz smiled. He told them, "You got me." Behind bars, Berkowitz found religion and remorse, or the performance of it. He later claimed to be possessed, then reformed, then born again. But what mattered wasn't his salvation. It was the blueprint he left behind. He'd learned from Zodiac how to control the narrative, how to make terror viral before the internet even existed. While the East Coast trembled, the West Coast produced its own demons, killers who looked normal, spoke kindly, and hid their rot behind charm. Ted Bundy was the perfect American nightmare, handsome, articulate, educated, and pure sociopathy beneath the surface. He volunteered for political campaigns, studied law, and dated women who believed he was destined for greatness. All the while, he stalked, abducted, and murdered young women across multiple states. Bundy's intelligence made him a chameleon. He posed as an injured man with a cast to lure victims into helping him. He broke into dorms and sorority houses, killing with calm precision. When finally caught, he escaped custody twice, each time returning to kill again. His final spree at Florida State University in 1978 left 2 women dead and the nation stunned. Bundy was more than a killer. He was the first media-made monster of the television age. During his trial, he defended himself, smiled for cameras, and received love letters from admirers. Women in the courtroom swooned. America couldn't decide whether to hate him or study him. His execution in 1989 drew crowds outside the prison, cheering as the lights flickered. If Bundy represented charm as camouflage, John Wayne Gacy represented the horror of hidden depravity. By day, Gacy was a contractor, a neighborly businessman, a man who dressed up as Pogo the Clown for children's parties. By night, he was a sadist who lured teenage boys to his suburban Chicago home, torturing, strangling, and burying them beneath his floorboards. When police finally searched his home in 1978, the smell of death was overwhelming. They dug up 29 bodies from the crawl space, with several more found in rivers nearby. Gacy remained eerily calm, cracking jokes as he described the murders. His crimes obliterated the illusion of safety. He wasn't a stranger in the dark. He was the man who lived next door, who smiled, who volunteered. These killers, Zodiac, Berkowitz, Bundy, and Gacy, weren't connected by motive or method. They were connected by timing. They emerged in a decade defined by disillusionment, the end of the 1960s idealism, the rise of mistrust in government, the birth of sensational media. They were products of chaos and creators of fear. The Zodiac wrote letters because he knew people would read them. Berkowitz shot lovers because he wanted to own their headlines. Bundy killed because he wanted to prove superiority. Gacy hid corpses because he believed no one would ever look beneath the surface. Together, they built the mythology of the American serial killer. Intelligent, theatrical, and terrifyingly ordinary. The FBI, under behavioral scientist Robert Ressler, began to see a pattern. Serial murder was no longer random, it was ritual. Each killer followed a fantasy, escalating with every victim. The Bureau's Behavioral Science Unit was born, marking the beginning of modern profiling. But even as psychology advanced, the killers adapted faster. The Zodiac generation taught America that evil could be articulate, photogenic, even charming. It didn't need to hide in shadows. It could smile into a camera, send letters to editors, or entertain children at birthday parties. When the decade ended, America's faith in humanity was gone. The next killers would take what their predecessors built and turn it into performance art, recorded, televised, ritualized. They wouldn't just kill, they'd stage it. The 1980s were waiting, and with them, the golden age of horror made real. By the dawn of the 1970s, America's innocence had finally shattered. The country that once believed in post-war stability and moral order now woke to nightly news of serial murders, cults, and unexplained terror. The killers of this era didn't just murder, they communicated. They played games with the press, mocked the police, and turned death into spectacle. For the first time, evil wasn't hiding. It was writing letters, leaving symbols, and demanding attention. The decade belonged to the Zodiac, the faceless architect of fear who turned Northern California into a living puzzle. He began in 1968 with what looked like random killings. Lovers shot in parked cars, a cab driver murdered in cold blood. But soon, letters arrived at newspapers across San Francisco, ciphers, symbols, threats, each signed with a circle and cross, Zodiac. He spoke to the world as if it were an audience. His notes mocked the police, taunted reporters, and promised more deaths if his ciphers weren't printed. The public devoured every detail, the handwriting, the codes, the arrogance. One letter read, "I like killing people because it is so much fun." It wasn't just a confession, it was a manifesto. The Zodiac became the first true celebrity killer, a ghost haunting headlines. He called in to talk shows, changed his methods, and vanished just as easily as he appeared. Over the years, the list of suspects grew. Arthur Lee Allen, Lawrence Kane, and dozens more. None were ever proven. His ciphers took decades to decode. Even today, his identity remains one of America's greatest mysteries. But the Zodiac wasn't alone in his hunger for attention. Across the country, another killer was listening, one who would later claim that demons spoke to him through dogs. In New York City, during the sweltering summer of 1976, young couples parked under streetlights and whispered nervously about a gunman who called himself Son of Sam. His real name was David Berkowitz, a postal worker who believed his neighbor's dog was possessed by Satan and commanding him to kill. Over 13 months, he murdered 6 people and wounded 7 more, leaving cryptic notes for police signed Son of Sam. He targeted lovers in cars, just like Zodiac, feeding off media panic. The city descended into hysteria. Women cut their hair short to avoid fitting his victim profile. Bars and clubs emptied after dark. Every headline screamed his name. When he was finally caught in 1977, after a parking ticket led police to his car, Berkowitz smiled. He told them, "You got me." Behind bars, Berkowitz found religion and remorse, or the performance of it. He later claimed to be possessed, then reformed, then born again. But what mattered wasn't his salvation. It was the blueprint he left behind. He'd learned from Zodiac how to control the narrative, how to make terror viral before the internet even existed. While the East Coast trembled, the West Coast produced its own demons, killers who looked normal, spoke kindly, and hid their rot behind charm. Ted Bundy was the perfect American nightmare, handsome, articulate, educated, and pure sociopathy beneath the surface. He volunteered for political campaigns, studied law, and dated women who believed he was destined for greatness. All the while, he stalked, abducted, and murdered young women across multiple states. Bundy's intelligence made him a chameleon. He posed as an injured man with a cast to lure victims into helping him. He broke into dorms and sorority houses, killing with calm precision. When finally caught, he escaped custody twice, each time returning to kill again. His final spree at Florida State University in 1978 left 2 women dead and the nation stunned. Bundy was more than a killer. He was the first media-made monster of the television age. During his trial, he defended himself, smiled for cameras, and received love letters from admirers. Women in the courtroom swooned. America couldn't decide whether to hate him or study him. His execution in 1989 drew crowds outside the prison, cheering as the lights flickered. If Bundy represented charm as camouflage, John Wayne Gacy represented the horror of hidden depravity. By day, Gacy was a contractor, a neighborly businessman, a man who dressed up as Pogo the Clown for children's parties. By night, he was a sadist who lured teenage boys to his suburban Chicago home, torturing, strangling, and burying them beneath his floorboards. When police finally searched his home in 1978, the smell of death was overwhelming. They dug up 29 bodies from the crawl space, with several more found in rivers nearby. Gacy remained eerily calm, cracking jokes as he described the murders. His crimes obliterated the illusion of safety. He wasn't a stranger in the dark. He was the man who lived next door, who smiled, who volunteered. These killers, Zodiac, Berkowitz, Bundy, and Gacy, weren't connected by motive or method. They were connected by timing. They emerged in a decade defined by disillusionment, the end of the 1960s idealism, the rise of mistrust in government, the birth of sensational media. They were products of chaos and creators of fear. The Zodiac wrote letters because he knew people would read them. Berkowitz shot lovers because he wanted to own their headlines. Bundy killed because he wanted to prove superiority. Gacy hid corpses because he believed no one would ever look beneath the surface. Together, they built the mythology of the American serial killer, intelligent, theatrical, and terrifyingly ordinary. The FBI, under behavioral scientist Robert Ressler, began to see a pattern. Serial murder was no longer random, it was ritual. Each killer followed a fantasy, escalating with every victim. The Bureau's Behavioral Science Unit was born, marking the beginning of modern profiling. But even as psychology advanced, the killers adapted faster. The Zodiac generation taught America that evil could be articulate, photogenic, even charming. It didn't need to hide in shadows. It could smile into a camera, send letters to editors, or entertain children at birthday parties. When the decade ended, America's faith in humanity was gone. The next killers would take what their predecessors built and turn it into performance art, recorded, televised, ritualized. They wouldn't just kill, they'd stage it. The 1980s were waiting, and with them, the golden age of horror made real. By the dawn of the 1990s and early 2000s, America's relationship with fear had transformed. Serial killers were no longer isolated horrors. They were cultural phenomena, dissected on primetime television, analyzed in college courses, and sensationalized in tabloids. The age of silence had ended. The killers of this new era understood something chilling. Fame could be earned through fear. Technology evolved, and so did evil. The internet connected the world, spreading news and infamy at light speed. Cable networks covered every trial, every gruesome detail, every motive, and every body count. For some predators, the camera became as important as the weapon. The line between infamy and immortality blurred. Few events captured this transformation more violently than the Columbine High School massacre in 1999. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold weren't typical killers. They were suburban teenagers who turned their rage into performance. Armed with guns and homemade explosives, they stormed their Colorado school, killing 12 students and one teacher before taking their own lives. It wasn't just an act of violence. It was an act of theater. They filmed themselves beforehand, dressed in trench coats, speaking directly to their future audience. Their words weren't for their victims, but for history. "We're going to kickstart a revolution," Harris declared into the camera. They knew the media would broadcast their message across the world, and it did. In the aftermath, America searched for answers: bullying, video games, music, mental health, access to guns. But beneath those explanations was a darker truth. The killers had studied previous mass murderers, taking inspiration from the attention they received. Columbine became a cultural virus. It birthed imitators, inspired forums, and created an entirely new category of American killer, the fame-seeking mass murderer. While Harris and Klebold represented the new public face of violence, others remained hidden, patient, calculating. Among them was Dennis Rader, a church-going family man from Kansas, and the killer who called himself BTK, bind, torture, kill. For decades, Rader lived a double life. By day, he was a compliance officer, scout leader, and church president. By night, he stalked women and families, binding them with ropes, torturing them, and strangling them to death. His crimes spanned from 1974 to 1991, but it was his obsession with fame that ultimately led to his capture. BTK couldn't resist attention. He mailed letters to the police and the press, mocking them, detailing his crimes, and demanding recognition. Then, after years of silence, he re-emerged in 2004, taunting investigators with riddles and clues. The FBI tracked him through a floppy disk he sent, traced back to his church computer. When arrested, Rader admitted he couldn't stop himself. "I'm a monster," he said flatly. Rader wasn't driven by ideology or rage. He was driven by ego. He wanted to be known, remembered, feared. He wanted the world to say his name. Like the media-obsessed killers who came after him, BTK understood that killing alone wasn't enough anymore. To truly leave a mark, one had to perform evil. In contrast to Rader's flamboyant need for attention stood Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, a man who waged a silent, intellectual war against modern society. A mathematics prodigy turned recluse, Kaczynski lived in a remote Montana cabin, crafting homemade bombs that he mailed to universities, airlines, and businesses over nearly 2 decades. His attacks killed 3 people and injured 23, leaving investigators baffled. Unlike most killers of his time, Kaczynski's violence had a philosophy. He despised industrialization, technology, and the dehumanizing effects of progress. In his 35,000-word manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future, he warned that humanity was enslaved by its own machines, a message that echoed eerily into the digital age. When his manifesto was published in the Washington Post and the New York Times in 1995, it divided the public. Some dismissed him as insane. Others, disturbingly, found fragments of truth in his words. Kaczynski became both terrorist and prophet, proof that intellect could be as deadly as any weapon. He didn't seek fame in the traditional sense. He wanted to be heard, to force the world to confront its hypocrisy. In his twisted way, Kaczynski understood what the next generation of predators would soon realize, that mass media could immortalize even the most monstrous of men. That realization found its darkest echo decades later in Israel Keyes, a man the FBI would describe as a serial killer unlike any other. Keyes operated in near-total secrecy. He buried kill kits, buckets filled with weapons, cash and tools, across the country, waiting years before returning to use them. His victims were random, chosen to prevent any pattern. He robbed banks, burned houses, and disposed of bodies with surgical precision. When captured in 2012, after murdering an Alaskan woman named Samantha Koenig, investigators uncovered a decade-long trail of death stretching across multiple states. Keyes refused to confess all his crimes, preferring to keep the FBI guessing. "I like to keep control," he told them. His method was terrifying, not because of brutality, but because of discipline. He was intelligent, organized, and emotionless. He didn't want fame or recognition. He wanted perfection, a killing career without error. Even his suicide in his cell felt controlled, a final refusal to let the world define him. The killers of this modern age represented a spectrum of evil, from narcissistic to nihilistic, ideological to meticulous. But they all reflected the same underlying truth. Violence had become a language, a way to communicate rage, despair, or identity. The media, for all its outrage, became an accomplice. Every headline, every breaking news banner, every true crime documentary elevated killers into myths. They were studied, quoted, recreated in movies and podcasts. Society condemned them, yet couldn't look away. Fame and fear had fused completely. The Columbine shooters wrote their script and performed it for immortality. BTK craved acknowledgement more than freedom. Kaczynski used death as a megaphone. Keyes perfected silence as his art. Each killer embodied a different response to a modern world that blurred morality with attention. In earlier centuries, evil hid in shadows, whispered in secret. Now it thrived under fluorescent light, on television screens, in online archives. America didn't just fear its monsters. It remembered them, studied them, ranked them. Murder became history. By the end of the 2010s, the evolution was complete. Killers no longer needed dark alleys or secret rituals. They had live streams, manifestos, and viral fame. The next generation would commit atrocities not for ideology, but for the same reason people post selfies: to be seen. In the story of American killers, the 21st century marked a chilling realization. The deadliest weapon wasn't the gun, the knife, or the bomb. It was the camera. By the 2000s, America had entered a new kind of darkness, one not born in basements or alleyways, but on screens. The internet had become a mirror reflecting humanity's rawest impulses: anger, envy, loneliness, and hate. And in that reflection, a new breed of killer emerged. They didn't hide from cameras, they performed for them. These were the digital age predators, men who turned murder into message and mass shootings into live-streamed manifestos. For decades, the killers of history sought notoriety after the act. But the digital killer wanted attention before pulling the trigger. He planned it like a viral campaign, rehearsed it, recorded it, then posted it for millions to see. He knew the world would react, with outrage, headlines, and hashtags. He didn't need fame in life. He wanted immortality in data. One of the most disturbing early examples was Elliot Rodger, a 22-year-old student from California who called himself the Supreme Gentleman. In May 2014, he murdered 6 people near the University of California, Santa Barbara, before killing himself. But it wasn't just his rampage that terrified the world. It was the way he framed it. Rodger left behind a 140-page manifesto and a series of YouTube videos describing his hatred for women and rejection by society. He blamed his loneliness on a world that ignored him, a world he vowed to punish. "I will have my revenge," he declared, staring into his camera with an eerie calm. His videos spread like wildfire. The media dissected every word. Online communities twisted his message into memes, transforming his delusions into a movement. Roger didn't just kill, he inspired an ideology. The term incel, short for involuntary celibate, became a label adopted by other violent men who saw themselves as victims of modern society. Elliot Rodger became their martyr, the first killer raised entirely by the internet. A few years later, Dylan Roof carried that same digital poison into a place of peace. On a humid June evening in 2015, Roof walked into Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina, one of the oldest black churches in America. The parishioners welcomed him, prayed with him. 45 minutes later, he opened fire. 9 people died. Roof wasn't motivated by rage alone. He was radicalized online, drawn into a labyrinth of white supremacist forums and propaganda disguised as truth. On his website, he published a manifesto filled with racist screeds and photographs of himself holding the Confederate flag and a gun. When arrested, he showed no remorse. Someone had to do it, he told investigators. Roof had absorbed the internet's ugliest voices and turned them into bullets. His massacre wasn't spontaneous. It was the product of digital indoctrination. The attack shocked the nation, not only for its brutality, but for what it revealed, that the internet could now manufacture killers. Ideas once confined to dark corners of society could now radicalize anyone, anywhere, with a Wi-Fi connection. Then came Nicholas Cruz, whose name became synonymous with America's most haunting modern tragedy, the Parkland school shooting. On Valentine's Day 2018, Cruz entered Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Florida and murdered 17 people, most of them teenagers. In the weeks that followed, his digital footprint told the real story. Social media posts filled with guns, slurs, and violent fantasies. YouTube comments where he boasted, "I'm going to be a professional school shooter." Dozens had seen those words, yet no one acted. His warning was public, yet invisible, lost in the noise of millions of posts. The Parkland massacre became more than a tragedy. It was a wake-up call to the digital age. Violence no longer brewed in secret diaries or whispered threats. It unfolded online, in plain sight, disguised as internet chatter. Cruz was not alone. Across the next decade, killers like Patrick Crusius in El Paso, 2019, and Peyton Gendron in Buffalo, 2022, followed the same script, writing manifestos, live streaming their attacks, and citing earlier shooters as inspiration. Violence had become a chain reaction, each act linked to the last through screens and shared ideology. Gendron's live-streamed shooting inside a Buffalo supermarket was particularly chilling. He wore a helmet-mounted camera, broadcasting the murders to a global audience in real time. His manifesto plagiarized earlier killers, recycling the same hateful rhetoric. It wasn't an act of original evil. It was a sequel, a viral reproduction of horror. Each new massacre revealed the same disturbing pattern: alienation, online radicalization, and the intoxicating lure of fame. The killers studied those before them, copying their poses, their weapons, even their aesthetics. Violence became aestheticized, filtered, framed, hashtagged. But perhaps the most haunting aspect of these crimes wasn't the killers themselves, it was how society responded. For every condemnation, there were those who romanticized them. Message boards turned their names into memes. Algorithms kept recommending the same toxic content that inspired them. Platforms removed their videos too late, after millions had already seen them. The internet had created the perfect storm: isolation attention, and validation, all wrapped in anonymity. The digital killer was no longer a product of madness alone, but of an environment that rewarded extremity. Online, the louder the hate, the wider the reach. Law enforcement found itself fighting shadows. Each manifesto was a copy-paste, each live stream a new iteration. The FBI began tracking digital footprints as seriously as physical evidence, warning that the next wave of terrorism would be homegrown, fueled not by ideology but by virality. And in the background, the public's appetite for horror only grew. True crime documentaries trended on Netflix. YouTube channels dissected killers' psyches for millions of views. Podcasts debated whether they were monsters or victims of a broken system. The cycle continued: outrage, fascination, repetition. These modern killers weren't anomalies. They were symptoms, proof that the internet, once envisioned as humanity's greatest connector, had become a breeding ground for its darkest impulses. In the digital age, loneliness could turn lethal, hatred could be learned, and fame could be earned in blood. As the 2020s began, one question echoed louder than ever. If the internet could make killers famous, how could society ever make them forgotten? Because the tragedy of the digital killer is not only the lives they take, it's the millions who watch, share, and remember. Their crimes live forever, stored in archives, mirrored across servers, impossible to erase. And in that immortality, the internet itself became complicit, the newest accomplice in America's long, unending dance with death. What makes an American killer? The question has haunted criminologists, psychologists, and historians for over a century. The United States has produced more serial killers, mass murderers, and spree killers than any other nation in recorded history. A grim statistic that demands an answer. Evil, after all, does not exist in a vacuum. It grows, festers, and adapts to the culture that breeds it. In America, that culture is a paradox, a land of freedom that worships violence, a society obsessed with fame yet blind to loneliness, a place where pain often becomes entertainment. Each killer, from H. Holmes in the 19th century to Elliot Rodger in the 21st, is not merely a madman, but a symptom of something deeper. They are the distorted reflections of a nation that cannot look away from its own darkness. Psychologists have long sought to understand the anatomy of evil. Some point to childhood trauma, the abuse, neglect, and emotional void that twists empathy into cruelty. Studies show that many serial killers share similar origins: unstable homes, absent parents, early exposure to violence. The child who learns that love hurts often grows into an adult who confuses control with affection, death with dominance. But trauma alone does not explain the sheer variety of killers America produces. There are those who kill for pleasure, those who kill for profit, those who kill for ideology, and those who kill simply to be remembered. Their motivations are as complex as the human mind itself. Yet they share a single thread, a profound disconnection from empathy. Empathy is what binds society together, the invisible force that makes one person's suffering matter to another. To lose it is to step outside humanity. Serial killers like Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Dennis Rader exhibited what psychologists call psychopathy, a condition marked by charm, intelligence, and total emotional detachment. They could mimic emotion, but not feel it. They studied people the way a predator studies prey. Bundy smiled for the cameras, confident, articulate, even likable. But behind the facade was a void. Dahmer wept in court, expressing remorse only after being caught, his words empty echoes of morality. BTK wrote about his murders in the language of a hobbyist, describing his craft. Each killer lived behind a mask, a facade of normalcy concealing a black hole where conscience should be. Modern psychology categorizes killers into archetypes: the visionary, driven by delusion; the mission-oriented, killing for ideology; the hedonistic, seeking pleasure; and the power-control type, seeking dominance. Yet these categories blur in reality. Killers evolve. They adapt to technology, to media, to the culture of their time. A 19th century murderer stalked alleys. A 21st century one stalks forums and live streams his crimes. The sociological factors are equally damning. America's fascination with violence runs deep, from Western gunslingers to Hollywood blockbusters, from true crime podcasts to the endless churn of breaking news coverage. Violence isn't just a pathology here, it's part of the national myth. The hero with a gun, the outlaw with a cause, the rebel who takes justice into his own hands. For some unstable minds, that myth becomes justification. Dr. Catherine Ramsland, a criminologist who has interviewed dozens of serial killers, once wrote that evil flourishes when the individual begins to see himself as the author of fate. American killers, in particular, exhibit a sense of theatricality. They don't just kill, they curate their crimes. They crave recognition, narrative, purpose. They want the world to remember. This hunger for significance reflects a cultural sickness. In a society where fame equals validation, even infamy becomes a prize. When media and internet coverage amplifies every detail of a killer's life, it grants them the immortality they crave. Psychologists call this the narcissism of destruction. When someone's need to be seen becomes so desperate that only violence can fill the void. At its core, American evil thrives on three conditions: isolation, identity crisis, and ideology. Isolation is the seed. Many killers describe lives spent on the margins, unseen, unloved, disconnected. In that loneliness, fantasy replaces reality. The killer becomes God in his own imagination, controlling what he cannot control in life. Identity crisis is the soil. The loss of belonging, whether cultural, social, or personal, drives the search for meaning. For ideological killers like Dylan Roof or Timothy McVeigh, murder becomes a twisted form of self-definition. They kill to matter. Ideology is the fertilizer. Whether political extremism, racism, or personal delusion, belief turns fantasy into action. The killer convinces himself that violence is justified, even righteous. It transforms him from an outcast into a soldier, a martyr, a man with a mission. But not all American killers are insane. In fact, most are disturbingly rational. The majority understand right from wrong. They simply choose to ignore it. Psychopathy is not madness. It's clarity without conscience. They see the world as a game and people as pieces. Neuroscience adds another layer to this puzzle. Brain scans of psychopaths reveal reduced activity in the amygdala, the region responsible for fear and empathy, and abnormalities in the prefrontal cortex, which governs moral judgment. In essence, their wiring lacks the brakes that stop ordinary people from acting on violent impulses. But biology alone cannot account for evil. A damaged brain is only one ingredient. Culture supplies the rest. America's obsession with control, over success, over power, over image, feeds this pathology. The same drive that fuels ambition can curdle into dominance. The killer becomes a perverse mirror of the American dream. Self-made, unrestrained, determined to leave a mark no matter the cost. And society, in its own way, rewards it. Each time a killer's face fills the news, each time their story trends online, their power grows. The victims fade into statistics, while the murderer becomes immortalized. It's a perverse transaction, one that ensures the next monster is already watching, waiting, learning. Evil, in the American context, is not a mystery. It's a reflection. Every era produces the killer it deserves. Holmes, Bundy, Dahmer, Ramirez, Roof. Each emerges from the cracks of the society that made them. They are its ghosts, its mirror images, its warning signs. To understand them is to understand ourselves. The loneliness we ignore, the pain we glamorize, the violence we normalize. Because the truth, the one America cannot easily face, is that its killers are not foreign invaders. They are homegrown. They are us. And until that mirror is shattered, until the culture stops feeding the hunger for attention and myth-making, there will always be another name, another face, another tragedy, waiting to take its place in the endless story of American evil. The American dream has always promised redemption, that through hard work, ambition and perseverance, anyone can rise above their circumstances. It is the story the nation tells itself, the myth it clings to. But for some, that dream becomes poison. When wealth, status and reputation become identity, the fear of losing them can twist into something monstrous. Behind the manicured lawns, luxury cars and social smiles lurks a truth the public rarely admits. Even privilege can rot. The killers of wealth and power are not driven by desperation. They are not products of poverty or chaos. They come from stability, education, and often comfort, the places where evil hides best. They kill not for survival, but for preservation, to maintain control, protect status, or silence anyone who threatens their carefully constructed illusion. These are the murderers who weaponize charm and social standing, the ones who wear masks of success until they crack. Among the most haunting examples was Robert Durst, the eccentric New York real estate heir whose crimes stretched across decades and defied belief. Born into unimaginable privilege, Durst had everything: money, education, access. Yet beneath that cold, distant gaze was a man unraveling. In 1982, his wife, Kathleen McCormick Durst, vanished without a trace. Her body was never found. Though Durst was long suspected, he evaded justice for years. When journalist Susan Berman, a close friend who allegedly knew too much, was found shot in the head in 2000, suspicion deepened. Durst fled to Texas, where he lived in disguise, posing as a mute woman named Dorothy Sinner. Soon after, his elderly neighbor, Morris Black, was found dismembered. Durst admitted to killing and cutting up Black's body, but claimed it was in self-defense. A jury, stunned by his demeanor and defense, acquitted him of murder. For years, Durst remained free, his crimes buried beneath layers of wealth, eccentricity, and legal manipulation. It wasn't until 2015, when he appeared in HBO's documentary The Jinx, that the mask finally slipped. In the final episode, unaware his microphone was still on, Durst muttered to himself in a bathroom, "What the hell did I do?" Killed them all, of course. That chilling confession, accidental, spontaneous, raw, was the unraveling of a man who believed he was untouchable. Arrested shortly before the episode aired, Durst finally faced trial and was convicted of Berman's murder. But he died in prison in 2022, having eluded full justice for nearly 40 years. His case became the perfect embodiment of the American nightmare, when power protects evil long enough for it to become entertainment. If Durst represented arrogance born from privilege, Scott Peterson personified the American tragedy of appearance, a man who looked perfect on the outside while rot consumed him from within. In December 2002, Laci Peterson, 8 months pregnant, vanished from her California home. Her husband, Scott, appeared distraught, giving tearful interviews, pleading for her return. But behind his charm and composure, detectives saw cracks. Peterson was living a double life. He had been having an affair with a woman named Amber Fry, to whom he claimed to be single. When Laci's body and that of her unborn son washed ashore months later, the nation's sympathy turned to fury. The trial became one of the most watched in American history, the perfect storm of beauty, betrayal, and murder. Peterson maintained his innocence, claiming circumstantial evidence and media bias. But the public wasn't fooled. To them, he was the face of deceit, a man who murdered his wife and unborn child because family life no longer suited his fantasy. He was convicted and sentenced to death, though the sentence was later overturned. His case exposed something deeper: America's obsession with image and how far people will go to protect it. Then there was Chris Watts, a man whose crimes chilled even the most desensitized. Watts appeared to be the perfect husband and father: suburban home, smiling wife, adorable daughters. His social media feed painted a portrait of domestic bliss. But in August 2018, that image shattered. Shanann Watts and her 2 young daughters vanished from their Colorado home. Chris gave emotional interviews, insisting he had no idea what happened. Days later, under police questioning, his facade crumbled. Watts confessed. He had strangled Shanann, then smothered their daughters, Bella and Celeste, before dumping their bodies at a work site. His motive? He wanted to start a new life with another woman. He murdered his family for freedom, a grotesque inversion of the very ideals he appeared to live by. Unlike earlier killers, Watts left behind a digital diary. His wife's social media posts, his own calm interviews, even the police body cam footage, all became part of a living record of deceit. The world didn't just hear about his crime, it watched it unfold in real time. In that sense, his evil was distinctly modern, curated, documented, performed. The psychology behind such men often points to narcissistic collapse, when someone whose identity is built on perfection faces the threat of failure. The loss of admiration, control, or fantasy can trigger violence. In these killers, empathy is replaced by entitlement. Love becomes ownership. And when that ownership is challenged, destruction follows. But the deeper horror lies in how ordinary they seemed. None looked like monsters. They were clean-cut, articulate, polite. They lived among neighbors who waved to them, attended barbecues, and never imagined the darkness hiding behind those smiles. That ordinariness is what makes their crimes so haunting. Evil in this form doesn't come from shadows, it comes from dinner tables, offices, and front porches. These men killed not out of madness, but out of ego, a belief that their lives, their desires, their images mattered more than anyone else's existence. Their crimes expose the rotting core of the American dream. When success is defined by appearances, failure becomes intolerable. In the end, Robert Durst died in prison. Scott Peterson rots in a cell, his name forever a curse. Chris Watts lives his remaining years in isolation, his family's faces burned into the public conscience. Each believed they could craft perfection, a wife, a family, a reputation. Each destroyed everything that stood in the way of that illusion. The dream they chased wasn't freedom or love, it was control. And in America, control over others, over image, over fate, has always been the most seductive illusion of all. Evil doesn't always lurk in dark alleys or abandoned houses. Sometimes it mows the lawn, waves to the mailman, and serves on the church council. The quiet cul-de-sacs of suburban America were built to symbolize safety, a refuge from chaos. But behind those white fences and trimmed hedges, some of the most chilling murders in US history unfolded. These killers didn't come from shadows, they were the neighbors. The most haunting embodiment of this suburban evil was Dennis Rader, better known as BTK, short for bind, torture, kill. For more than 30 years, Rader terrorized Wichita, Kansas, with a string of sadistic murders. His victims were chosen at random: families, mothers, children. He bound them with ropes, tortured them, and ended their lives with cold precision. But perhaps most disturbing was what he did after. He wrote letters to police and newspapers, taunting them, describing every detail of his crimes. When he wasn't killing, Rader was a model citizen. He was the president of his church council, a Boy Scout leader, and a city compliance officer. He was the man next door, polite, meticulous, even helpful. That contrast is what made him terrifying. His victims weren't killed by a stranger from the night. They were killed by the man they trusted to keep their neighborhood safe. For decades, BTK vanished into silence. Investigators had no leads, no DNA, no suspects. But in 2004, Rader's vanity betrayed him. He resumed sending letters, demanding recognition. When police traced one of his messages on a floppy disk back to his church computer, it was over. He was arrested in 2005, calm, polite, unremorseful. In court, he described each murder with methodical detachment, explaining how he'd stalked, prepared, and executed his victims as if recounting a job well done. The horror wasn't just in what he did. It was in how ordinary he seemed. His neighbors couldn't reconcile the man who organized barbecues with the monster who strangled children. BTK shattered the illusion of suburban safety forever. The idea that evil has a certain look. Long before Rader, another man shattered that illusion in a different way. John List. In 1971, the soft-spoken accountant from New Jersey committed one of the most cold-blooded family murders in American history. Facing financial ruin and fearing humiliation, List decided to save his family by killing them. He planned it meticulously. One by one, he shot his wife, mother, and 3 children in their mansion. Then he cleaned up, turned on the lights, wrote letters explaining that he wanted to protect them from moral decay, and disappeared. Before leaving, he cut himself out of every family photograph to delay identification. For nearly 18 years, John List lived under a new identity in Colorado, a quiet man who attended church and worked in accounting again. He might have died free if not for America's Most Wanted. When the show aired his story in 1989, a forensic sculptor's reconstruction of his face led to his capture. The world was stunned. The man who had lived among them for nearly 2 decades was a mass murderer who'd executed his own family in cold blood. List's motive was chillingly logical in his own mind. He saw his actions not as evil, but as necessary. He believed that by killing them, he saved them from sin and shame. That kind of self-righteous logic, the killer as savior, would echo in future crimes of suburban annihilation. Another echo came decades later with Joseph Fritzl, though not American, whose hidden evil inspired countless US comparisons, men who built double lives beneath their homes. But America had its own parallels. Men like William Bradford Bishop, the Yale-educated State Department official who bludgeoned his family to death in 1976 and vanished. Or Jeffrey MacDonald, the army doctor who murdered his pregnant wife and daughters in 1970 and fabricated a story about hippie intruders. Each case carried the same theme: domestic order collapsing into horror. The archetype of the family man-killer haunts American culture because it mirrors a collective lie, the belief that prosperity equals morality. These men didn't look like villains. They were churchgoers, fathers, breadwinners. Their homes were symbols of success. And yet, beneath the calm exterior, simmered resentment, shame, and emotional isolation. In the case of Chris Benoit, the professional wrestler whose fame and family man persona hid deep psychological decline, the pattern held. In 2007, he strangled his wife and smothered his young son before hanging himself. His body was found in his suburban Georgia home, a fortress of fame turned into a crypt. Experts have long studied why these suburban horrors happen. Many point to the crushing expectations of American success, the need to appear perfect. The suburbs, after all, were built on image. When cracks appear, financial failure, marital breakdown, emotional repression, some individuals, already predisposed to narcissism or control, respond with annihilation. They kill to reclaim mastery over a collapsing identity. Neighbors always describe the same thing. "He seemed so normal." That phrase has become a cultural refrain in true crime. Normality becomes camouflage. The polite wave, the quiet demeanor, all part of the mask. The terrifying truth is that killers like Rader, List, and Watts didn't hide in shadows. They hid in plain sight, thriving precisely because no one believed they could exist in such ordinary places. The suburban killer is uniquely American because it reflects the country's contradictions. It's a culture obsessed with control, yet terrified of exposure. It prizes appearances while neglecting emotional truth. In such an environment, denial festers and monsters grow behind garage doors and living room curtains. When the BTK case ended, Rader offered one final insight during interrogation. Asked how he could balance his life as a father, husband, and murderer, he said, "I compartmentalized. I had 2 boxes, one for family, one for killing. I made sure they never touched." That sentence captures the horror perfectly, the ability to divide the soul, to live as both man and monster. Today, the legacy of suburban killers endures not just in documentaries and crime archives, but in the cultural fear that anyone, your neighbor, your friend, your pastor, could harbor a secret life. Each murder in those neighborhoods was more than a crime. It was a crack in the collective delusion of safety. Behind every neat lawn and cheerful smile, there might be something unspeakable. And perhaps that's the truest horror of all, that the quietest streets in America have the loudest ghosts. Few betrayals cut as deep as those committed by people in uniform. The badge, the oath, the uniform, they symbolize trust, safety, and law. Society gives police officers, soldiers, and security personnel power over life and death, believing that power will be used to protect. But when that trust is corrupted, when the protector becomes the predator, the result is a unique kind of horror, one that erodes faith, not just in individuals, but in the very institutions meant to guard against chaos. The story of Gerard Schaefer is one of the earliest and most disturbing examples. A deputy sheriff in Florida during the early 1970s, Schaefer projected confidence, charm, and authority. Beneath that mask, however, was a sadist who hunted for victims under the guise of protection. He abducted young women, handcuffed them, and subjected them to unimaginable torture before murdering them. Schaefer's downfall came when 2 of his victims escaped. When investigators searched his home, they found a cache of evidence: jewelry, personal belongings, and hundreds of pages of his own writings. These writings weren't simple journals. They were detailed accounts of torture, murder, and degradation, often written in the third person as if they were fiction. But the stories matched real disappearances. Many believe Schaefer killed more than 30 women. His crimes revealed a terrifying truth. His uniform wasn't camouflage, it was bait. The authority it conferred allowed him to approach victims without suspicion. He was the kind of predator who understood how much people wanted to believe in the illusion of safety. When he smiled and flashed his badge, they complied. When he led them to their deaths, they still trusted him, until it was too late. Schaefer's crimes blurred the line between law and lawlessness, showing how easily power can twist when unchecked. But his wasn't an isolated case. Across America, the phenomenon repeated. Individuals who used the moral armor of a uniform to hide their depravity. Anthony Sowell, a former Marine from Cleveland, embodied another face of this darkness. Trained in discipline and control, he served honorably. But when he returned to civilian life, the facade began to fracture. Between 2007 and 2009, Sowell murdered 11 women, most of them vulnerable, addicted, or homeless. He lured them to his home, where their decomposing bodies were later found hidden in crawl spaces, shallow graves, and the attic. When police finally entered his house, they were overwhelmed by the stench of death. Neighbors had complained for years about the smell, but officials dismissed their concerns. A failure rooted in disbelief that someone so disciplined, so respectable, could be responsible. His military past gave him credibility. His victims' poverty made them invisible. It was a perfect storm of power and neglect. If Schaefer and Sowell represented the predator's misuse of the uniform, Lonnie Franklin Jr., known as the Grim Sleeper, represented its calculated exploitation. Franklin worked as a city sanitation worker and was once affiliated with law enforcement as a mechanic, positions that gave him both authority and access. Between 1984 and 2007, he preyed on women in Los Angeles, targeting primarily those from marginalized communities. For decades, the killings were ignored or misclassified. Police assumed the victims were connected to drugs or prostitution, labeling the cases low priority. Franklin used that apathy as cover, hunting in plain sight. He would murder women, photograph them, and keep the images as trophies. His nickname, the Grim Sleeper, came from the supposed 14-year gap in his killings, though later evidence suggested he never truly stopped. When Franklin was finally caught through DNA evidence in 2010, investigators found hundreds of photographs of unidentified women in his home. Some were confirmed victims, others remain missing. His story exposed an uncomfortable truth about justice: that race, class, and perception can dictate who receives protection and who doesn't. The betrayal of trust doesn't stop with law enforcement. In the military, men like Jeffrey MacDonald and Robert Bales show how the authority to kill under orders can sometimes blur into moral decay. MacDonald, an army doctor and Green Beret, slaughtered his pregnant wife and 2 young daughters in 1970, then staged the scene to look like a Manson-style attack. He nearly got away with it, protected by his status and charm. It took years before his lies unraveled, and he was convicted. Robert Bales, meanwhile, was a decorated soldier who snapped in Afghanistan in 2012. One night he left his base, entered nearby villages, and slaughtered 16 civilians, including 9 children. The military called it a breakdown, a man pushed beyond his limits. But for many, It was another reminder of how the machinery of war can desensitize the human soul. These men were trusted with weapons, responsibility, and respect. Yet, beneath the discipline, something darker simmered: narcissism, rage, trauma, or sadism. When that darkness met the power of the uniform, it produced horror that felt both personal and institutional. Every time one of them killed, it didn't just destroy a life. It shattered the illusion that authority guarantees morality. One of the most infamous modern cases of betrayal came from within the very institution tasked with solving murders: the police. Joseph James DeAngelo, the Golden State Killer, spent years as a police officer while secretly committing over 50 rapes and 13 murders across California in the 1970s and 1980s. He was meticulous, methodical, and cruel. DeAngelo used his training to evade detection, wearing gloves, disabling lights, and escaping through backyards. His victims described him as controlled, tactical, even military in precision. The irony was almost unbearable. The man sworn to protect was the same man terrorizing entire communities. When DNA technology finally identified him in 2018, decades after his crimes, the revelation felt biblical. The monster had worn a badge. The man who knew the system best had used it as a weapon. Killers in uniform fascinate and terrify because they force a reckoning with a core belief: that authority equals goodness. But history proves that the uniform itself is neutral. It amplifies the soul beneath it. In the hands of the honorable, it becomes a shield. In the hands of the corrupt, it becomes a license to destroy. Every victim who trusted a badge, every family who waved to an officer, every community that believed itself safe, all became collateral in a war between appearance and reality. And that war never truly ends. For every hero who upholds justice, there is a shadow waiting to exploit it. Power always attracts the hungry, and sometimes the hungriest are the ones already inside the system. The badge shines, but beneath its polish, blood can hide. The 1960s and 1970s were supposed to be an age of awakening, peace, love, revolution, and self-expression. Across America, youth rejected conformity and sought a freer world, one without rules, repression, or judgment. But in that same soil of liberation, something darker took root. The rejection of order didn't just free minds, it freed monsters. And when structure collapses, chaos thrives. The counterculture promised enlightenment, but for some, delivered delusion. The streets of San Francisco, Los Angeles, and New York pulsed with idealism, music, and rebellion. Yet beneath the haze of incense and LSD, a generation unmoored from authority became easy prey for predators who cloaked madness in philosophy. These were the killers who spoke of peace while practicing destruction, the wolves who learned to sound like prophets. No figure embodied this more chillingly than Charles Manson. To many, he was a failed musician and petty criminal. But to his followers, he was a messiah. Charismatic and manipulative, Manson preyed on the disillusioned, young people seeking purpose in an age of confusion. On the dusty fringes of Los Angeles, he built a cult at Spahn Ranch, feeding his followers LSD, pseudo-spiritual sermons, and delusions of apocalypse. In August 1969, that delusion erupted into horror. Manson sent his followers, young women and men who worshipped him, to carry out a series of murders that would shake the world. At the home of actress Sharon Tate, 8 months pregnant, they slaughtered her and 4 others in a frenzy of blood and madness. The next night, they killed Leno and Rosemary LaBianca with the same feral devotion. The murders weren't random. They were meant to ignite helter-skelter, Manson's imagined race war, drawn from twisted readings of the Beatles' lyrics and his apocalyptic fantasies. The brutality shocked America, not just for the violence, but for the faces of those who committed it. Smiling, beautiful, flower-wearing youth, the very image of the hippie dream, turned into executioners. The Manson family ended the 1960s. Overnight, the peace movement's innocence died. Hippie communes became suspect. Love-ins turned into cautionary tales. The murders proved that blind devotion and spiritual emptiness could be weaponized by a single charismatic ego. But Manson wasn't alone. The counterculture, with its emphasis on rebellion, often attracted other predators. Loners, sadists, and sociopaths who found opportunity in chaos. David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, emerged in New York's post-Vietnam malaise of the 1970s. His killings, 6 dead, 7 wounded, weren't born from ideology, but from delusion. He claimed a demonic dog commanded him to kill. Yet beneath the supernatural claims was a lonely man intoxicated by fear. Berkowitz targeted couples parked in cars, striking terror into a city already drowning in crime. His taunting letters to police and media echoed Manson's hunger for attention. "I am a monster," he wrote. "I am the son of Sam." He relished the chaos he created, the paranoia, the sleeplessness, the collective dread. Like Manson, he understood that in an age of free expression, attention was the ultimate currency. Meanwhile, the movement's darker fringes birthed cults that took Manson's model and refined it. Groups like the People's Temple, led by Jim Jones, began with utopian promises: racial equality, communal living, spiritual unity. But power and paranoia corroded it. When Jones moved his followers to Jonestown, Guyana in 1977, he sold it as paradise. A year later, it became a graveyard. In November 1978, more than 900 people, men, women and children, died after drinking cyanide-laced punch on Jones's orders. It was the largest mass suicide in modern history, though many were forced to drink. The tragedy echoed across the world, a final warning about what happens when idealism becomes blind obedience. While Jones's crimes unfolded abroad, another predator was thriving on the American highways: Ted Bundy. Though not tied to any movement, Bundy emerged from the same era of freedom and self-invention. Handsome, educated and politically active, he was the perfect chameleon for a society obsessed with image. Bundy exploited the new openness of the time, hitchhiking culture, trust between strangers and the absence of digital trails, to hunt. Between 1974 and 1978, Bundy kidnapped, raped and murdered at least 30 women across several states. He approached them in public, beaches, libraries, parking lots, often pretending to be injured to gain sympathy. His charm disarmed them, his brutality destroyed them. Bundy's crimes shattered another illusion of the counterculture, that danger had a look. He didn't. He was polite, intelligent, normal. Like Manson, he used charisma as a weapon. Like Berkowitz, he sought recognition. But Bundy's true obsession was control. The power to decide who lived and who died. The era also birthed other killers shaped by its turbulence. The Zodiac Killer, whose cryptic letters terrorized California, Ed Kemper, the hulking co-ed killer who murdered college students and his own mother, and Herbert Mullin, who believed killing people would prevent earthquakes. Each drew from the chaos of the times, the breakdown of authority, the experimentation with identity, the search for meaning gone grotesquely wrong. What linked them wasn't just violence, but context. The counterculture broke old moral structures, but nothing replaced them. Religion, family and community lost their authority. Drugs, music, and self-expression filled the void. For most, it was liberation. For a few, it was license. The killers of the counterculture era weren't aberrations, they were mirrors. They reflected the decade's contradictions: peace and violence, love and manipulation, freedom and nihilism. They thrived in a nation that was questioning everything, but still desperate to believe in something. When the last of Manson's followers was sentenced and Bundy's execution broadcast on television, America felt both relief and loss, as if innocence had died twice. The same generation that preached "do your own thing" realized that some things should never be done at all. By the end of the 1970s, the idealism of the previous decade had rotted into cynicism. The hippie communes were gone. The drugs that once expanded minds now destroyed them. And in their place stood the legacy of killers who used freedom as a disguise. The counterculture had sought to set humanity free. Instead, it revealed how easily freedom can decay into madness when untethered from morality. The revolution that promised peace ended in blood. And America learned that sometimes, when you open every door, monsters walk in too. The 1980s in America were a decade of contradictions: neon lights and moral panic, Wall Street greed and suburban paranoia. It was the era of consumerism, cocaine and cable television, where image became everything and fear became currency. Beneath the glossy surface of pop culture and excess, however, a darker reality festered. While the public celebrated success and spectacle, the nation's underbelly gave rise to some of its most chilling murderers. Killers who thrived in the very systems built to conceal them. The decade's killers didn't just murder individuals, they murdered the illusion of progress. Each represented a different face of the 1980s, the predator of power, the drifter lost in moral decay, the sadist hidden behind the mask of normalcy. And with every headline, the American dream, once again, looked a little more like a nightmare. One of the most notorious figures to emerge from this age of excess was Jeffrey Dahmer, a man whose quiet demeanor masked unimaginable depravity. Living in Milwaukee, Dahmer was the embodiment of contradiction, polite, withdrawn, even shy. But inside his apartment lay a horror beyond comprehension. Between 1978 and 1991, Dahmer murdered 17 young men and boys. His crimes involved dismemberment, necrophilia, and cannibalism. The details were so grotesque that even seasoned detectives wept. When police entered his home in 1991, they found severed heads in the refrigerator, human remains in acid-filled vats, and Polaroid photos documenting every stage of mutilation. It was the nightmare of the century, unfolding inside an apartment complex where neighbors complained about strange smells and ignored the cries they occasionally heard through the walls. Dahmer's victims were primarily young men of color, often from marginalized backgrounds, people society ignored. That invisibility allowed him to continue for years. His crimes weren't just acts of violence, they were acts of dehumanization, a sick reflection of an era that valued surfaces and consumption. Dahmer consumed literally what the decade consumed metaphorically: youth, beauty, and life itself. While Dahmer's story horrified the Midwest, across the country another killer thrived in the heart of capitalist America. Richard Ramirez, known as the Night Stalker, stalked Los Angeles and San Francisco in the mid-1980s. His murders were chaotic, ritualistic, and sadistic, a fusion of sexual assault, torture, and satanic symbolism. Ramirez was the monster that the Reagan era tried to deny existed. He broke into homes, killed families, raped women, and mutilated bodies, leaving pentagrams and words like "Hail Satan" scrawled on walls. His victims ranged from children to the elderly. He had no pattern except pure cruelty. The media fed on his legend, transforming him into a symbol of evil incarnate. His face, gaunt and wild-eyed, stared from newspaper covers and televisions, turning fear into spectacle. When he was finally captured in 1985, beaten by an angry mob in East Los Angeles, the public celebrated as if evil itself had been exorcised. But Ramirez was a product of the very culture that created him, fame-hungry, nihilistic, obsessed with control. The 1980s also birthed killers who weaponized conformity. John Wayne Gacy, though his killings began in the 1970s, was unmasked during the height of suburban idealism. A respected contractor, community volunteer, and part-time clown, Gacy buried 29 teenage boys beneath his house. His story carried into the 1980s as a symbol of hidden depravity, the ultimate suburban horror. Then there was Gary Ridgway, the Green River Killer who operated quietly throughout the decade. A truck painter from Washington State, Ridgway murdered at least 49 women, most of them sex workers and runaways. His methods were efficient, cold, and repetitive. He strangled them, dumped their bodies near rivers, and returned to have sex with their corpses. For years, he eluded capture, even volunteering to help police search for the killer. Ridgway's ability to blend in was the decade's darkest irony. He was ordinary, hard-working, married, religious. His evil was not spectacular like Ramirez's or grotesque like Dahmer's. It was routine. His murders were an assembly line of death, mechanical, detached, efficient, mirroring the industrial coldness of the age. The 1980s also saw the rise of corporate killers, men whose greed metastasized into homicide. Figures like Donald Harvey, dubbed the Angel of Death, murdered at least 37 hospital patients under the guise of mercy. A nurse's aide, he used his access to poison or suffocate victims, claiming he ended their suffering. In truth, he enjoyed the control, the godlike feeling of deciding life or death in sterile corridors designed for healing. Then came Larry Eiler, known as the Interstate Killer. A quiet house painter from Indiana, Eiler murdered more than 20 young men he picked up along highways. His killings were sadistic, ritualistic, and targeted those on society's fringes: gay men, hitchhikers, drifters. Like Dahmer, he operated in a world of invisibility, killing men who would not be missed by the mainstream. The 1980s also marked the birth of the modern serial killer, Panic. True crime books filled shelves. Movies like The Silence of the Lambs and Manhunter emerged, and the public's obsession with killers turned into an industry. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, immortalized later by Mindhunter, began developing the psychological profiling techniques we know today. Ironically, as the nation's understanding of murder deepened, its fascination grew stronger. Behind every sensational headline lay the same unspoken truth. The killers were products of the very culture they terrorized. A culture that valued dominance, control, and spectacle had created men who turned those ideals into carnage. They didn't reject the system. They mirrored it grotesquely. Dahmer's need to possess, Ramirez's hunger for power, Ridgway's mechanical repetition. Each was a distorted reflection of an age obsessed with consumption, lust, and efficiency. Evil no longer hid in backwoods cabins or Gothic mansions. It lived in apartment complexes, driveways, and office parks. It wore suits, uniforms, and smiles. By the end of the decade, America's innocence, what little remained, was gone. The 1980s had given the world video games, designer brands, and MTV, but it had also given it nightmares with names and faces. The killers of that era didn't just commit murder. They committed cultural autopsy, slicing open the heart of a nation that thought itself safe in its wealth and technology. The neon glow that lit the malls and nightclubs also illuminated the darkness crawling beneath the surface. America was addicted to pleasure, to fear, to watching death unfold on its TV screens. And in that addiction, killers found their audience. The 1980s promised everything: prosperity, glamour, immortality. But beneath it all, the decade left something else behind, a whisper that still lingers. No matter how bright the lights, the shadows always win. The 1990s was a decade of transition. The Cold War had ended, the internet was born, and America seemed poised for a future of progress and connectivity. Yet beneath the optimism, a new kind of fear began to take shape. The monsters of this era weren't shadows lurking in forests or deranged drifters haunting back roads. They were calculated, intelligent, and chillingly modern. The killers of the 1990s reflected a society stepping into the digital age, wired, informed, yet still deeply vulnerable. Among the most infamous figures of the decade was Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. A mathematical genius turned recluse, Kaczynski waged a 17-year campaign of mail bombings that killed 3 people and injured 23 others. His targets were universities, airlines, and technological institutions, symbols of a society he believed was enslaving humanity through industrialization and science. Kaczynski's cabin in Montana became an icon of anti-modern extremism, a one-room shack filled with journals, tools, and bomb components. His manifesto, Industrial Society and Its Future, read like a prophecy of paranoia, predicting that technology would erode human freedom and meaning. When the Washington Post and the New York Times published it under FBI pressure, readers were struck by its eerie logic. He was eventually caught not through surveillance or high-tech methods, but through language. His brother recognized his writing style and alerted the FBI. The irony was profound. The man who rejected modernity was undone by human familiarity, not machines. The 1990s also saw the rise of Eric Robert Rudolph, the Olympic Park bomber. His attacks on abortion clinics and the 1996 Atlanta Olympics shocked a nation celebrating progress and global unity. His homemade bombs killed 2 and injured over 100, turning a festival of peace into a battlefield. Rudolph vanished into the Appalachian wilderness for 5 years, surviving as a ghost until his capture in 2003. He became a symbol of American extremism, showing that terror could come from within, not just abroad. Then came Timothy McVeigh, whose act of domestic terrorism forever scarred the decade. On April 19, 1995, McVeigh parked a Ryder truck filled with explosives outside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City. The blast killed 168 people, including 19 children. The explosion ripped apart not only a building, but the nation's belief that terrorism was a foreign problem. McVeigh was not insane. He was deliberate, methodical, and ideological. He believed the government had betrayed its citizens, citing the Waco siege and Ruby Ridge as proof of tyranny. His act was revenge disguised as patriotism, violence cloaked in moral conviction. When he was executed in 2001, he remained unrepentant, declaring himself a soldier in a war against oppression. But not all terror of the 1990s came from ideology. Some killers operated in silence, feeding on the anonymity of sprawling suburbs and lonely highways. Aileen Wuornos one of the few female serial killers in American history, murdered 7 men in Florida between 1989 and 1990. Wuornos's story was a tragic descent into rage and survival. A homeless prostitute, she claimed the killings were in self-defense against men who tried to assault her. But her pattern of shooting and robbing her victims painted a more complicated picture, part vengeance, part desperation. Her case drew media frenzy, turning her into both villain and victim in the public eye. When she was executed in 2002, she faced death with defiance, her final words cryptic and haunting. "I'll be back, like Independence Day with Jesus." Another predator thrived in anonymity. Robert William Picton, the Canadian pig farmer who murdered dozens of women, many of them sex workers from Vancouver's downtown East Side. While his crimes crossed into the early 2000s, his killing spree began in the mid-1990s, making him one of North America's deadliest killers. Picton's farm was a graveyard hidden in plain sight. Police discovered human remains mixed with animal waste, DNA traces in freezers, and clothing belonging to missing women. For years, authorities ignored the disappearances because the victims came from marginalized communities, a reflection of societal neglect that enabled monsters like Picton to thrive. The 1990s also birthed the school shooter, a new and horrifying category of killer. On April 20th, 1999, 2 students, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, carried out the Columbine High School massacre, killing 13 people before taking their own lives. The world watched in disbelief as footage of terrified teenagers fleeing the school flooded television screens. Columbine shattered the image of schools as safe havens and ushered in a new era of fear, one where violence was no longer confined to dark alleys or secluded homes, but broadcast live from the heart of suburban America. The killers were not outsiders in the traditional sense. They were part of the very world they sought to destroy, using the tools and technology of the age to plan and glorify their actions. The 1990s also produced killers who weaponized the growing trust in technology. John Edward Robinson, dubbed the Internet's first serial killer, used online chat rooms to lure women with promises of jobs, love, or BDSM relationships. He murdered at least 8 victims, hiding their bodies in barrels. His crimes marked the beginning of the digital predator, someone who could stalk, manipulate, and kill through the anonymity of a screen. As America became more connected, it also became more exposed. Information flowed freely, but so did deception. The same networks that connected families and businesses became hunting grounds for predators who could now reach across distances with ease. In this new landscape, the FBI and law enforcement agencies adapted. The Behavioral Science Unit evolved into the Behavioral Analysis Unit, incorporating digital profiling and forensic databases like CODIS DNA technology revolutionized criminal investigations, catching killers who had escaped justice for decades. Yet even as science advanced, the human element of evil remained stubbornly unchanged. The decade's killers shared a common trait. They were reflections of a society standing at the crossroads of progress and peril. Kaczynski's war on technology, McVeigh's rebellion against authority, Wuornos's struggle against a brutal world, each was born from disillusionment. The 1990s was supposed to be the dawn of a new world, but for many, it felt like the beginning of the end. By the decade's close, the line between human and machine had blurred. The killers of the 1990s understood this better than most. They used technology to build bombs, find victims, and spread terror, proving that progress in the wrong hands could be as deadly as any weapon. As the world entered the new millennium, it carried the ghosts of the 1990s with it. Proof that the future wasn't always bright, and that even in an age of reason and connectivity, darkness could still find a signal. The dawn of the new millennium was supposed to be an age of enlightenment. Technology promised connection, globalization promised unity, and information promised safety. Yet, as the world stepped into the 2000s, it quickly learned that progress does not eliminate darkness. It only changes its shape. The killers of this era were sharper, faster, and more unpredictable, blending fame with fear, using media as both weapon and mirror. The early 2000s began under the shadow of fear. The September 11th attacks had reshaped global consciousness, turning suspicion into policy and paranoia into a way of life. While terrorism dominated headlines, another kind of terror crept quietly into homes, cities, and the spaces in between. The killers of this decade were diverse, from lone wolf snipers to cunning manipulators who understood how to use modern society's own mechanisms against it. One of the most chilling examples was the DC sniper case of 2002. Over a period of 3 weeks, Washington, D.C. and its suburbs were held hostage by an invisible threat. 10 people were killed and 3 wounded by bullets fired from a modified car. The killers, John Allen Muhammad and Lee Boyd Malvo, transformed ordinary spaces, parking lots, gas stations, playgrounds, into killing fields. Their weapon of choice wasn't just the rifle, but fear itself. The randomness of their attacks made every citizen a potential target. People avoided public spaces, parents kept children home from school, and the rhythm of daily life disintegrated. When the snipers were finally captured, the story became more disturbing. Muhammad, a Gulf War veteran, had trained Malvo, a teenager, into a tool of his vengeance and delusion. Their partnership blurred the lines between father and follower, mentor and manipulator, revealing how ideology and isolation could breed horror. As the nation recovered, another kind of killer emerged, one who weaponized empathy and technology. Jodi Arias, whose 2008 murder of Travis Alexander became a national obsession, transformed the courtroom into a stage. Arias wasn't a serial killer, but a symbol of a new archetype, the media-made murderer. Her beauty, intelligence, and deceit captivated millions. News networks covered every detail: the jealousy, the photographs, the brutality of her crime. Arias represented a turning point where true crime and entertainment merged completely. The 2000s birthed a generation that consumed murder like reality TV. Every case became a story, every killer a character. Arias, with her manipulative charm and erratic behavior, understood this instinctively. Her trial wasn't just about guilt or innocence, it was about control of the narrative. Meanwhile, the decade saw the rise of another horrifying figure. Israel Keyes, a man so methodical and detached that even seasoned FBI agents struggled to understand him. Operating across multiple states, Keyes murdered at least 11 people between 2001 and 2012. He planned his crimes with surgical precision, burying kill kits filled with weapons, restraints, and supplies years in advance, ready to be used whenever opportunity arose. Keyes had no pattern, no type, no emotional motive. He was the perfect modern predator, adaptable, disciplined, and invisible. He didn't kill for ideology or fame. He killed for the thrill of autonomy, the godlike control over life and death. When he was finally caught in 2012, he taunted investigators, giving cryptic confessions and refusing to name most of his victims. Then, in his jail cell, he slit his wrists and hanged himself, robbing the world of answers and sealing his legend in mystery. The 2000s also saw killers who thrived in chaos, using confusion as camouflage. Scott Peterson, who murdered his pregnant wife Lacey in 2002, became another face of televised evil. Like Arias, his case wasn't remarkable for its brutality, but for its spectacle. Peterson appeared calm, handsome and emotionless, as the media tore apart every detail of his double life: the secret mistress, the lies, the boat, the body in the bay. Peterson's crime struck a cultural nerve. America's obsession with perfect families and appearances collided with the truth that evil could wear a smile and drive a minivan. When the verdict was read, the cheers outside the courthouse weren't just for justice, they were for reassurance. People needed to believe monsters could still be caught. While the tabloids obsessed over domestic tragedies, other killers exploited the anonymity of an increasingly connected world. The internet became the new hunting ground. Lonnie David Franklin Jr., known as the Grim Sleeper, murdered women in Los Angeles for over 2 decades, his spree spanning from the 1980s to 2007. His victims were mostly marginalized black women, ignored by police and media alike. His capture came through technology, a DNA match found via his son's arrest. It was a poetic irony. Science, the tool of progress, catching a man who had evaded justice for years because society didn't value his victims. The Grim Sleeper represented both the persistence of old prejudices and the dawn of new forensic power. Then came Anthony Sowell, the Cleveland Strangler, whose house on Imperial Avenue contained the remains of 11 women. Like Franklin, Sowell preyed on the invisible, women living on the fringes of poverty and addiction. His crimes, discovered in 2009, reignited national outrage over how law enforcement often ignored missing persons reports involving the poor and marginalized. As the 2000s progressed, killers and technology evolved together. Social media began to play a role in both crime and capture. Photos, texts, and digital footprints became evidence. The killers of this decade lived in 2 worlds, the physical and the virtual. They stalked, planned, and bragged through the very networks meant to connect people. The 2000s also gave rise to fame-seeking killers, individuals who committed atrocities for attention. School shootings multiplied, each echoing Columbine's legacy, but adapted for the social media age. Perpetrators filmed themselves, wrote manifestos, and posted warnings online, turning acts of mass murder into grotesque performances. The age of the internet blurred the line between witness and participant. Audiences watched horror unfold in real time, feeding the very monsters they feared. In a sense, the killers of the 2000s didn't just exploit the system. They understood it better than anyone else. By the end of the decade, the world had changed irreversibly. Evil had gone digital, and murder had become entertainment. The public, once horrified, now consumed violence through screens and streams, analyzing motives as if they were plots in a drama. The 2000s revealed a new truth. Killers no longer needed to hide in darkness. They could exist in the light, online, on TV, in the cultural bloodstream, and still thrive. Because in the new millennium, fear wasn't hidden anymore. It was broadcast. The 2010s marked a turning point in human history, an era where almost every moment of life was recorded, shared, and analyzed. Technology promised transparency, and surveillance promised safety. Yet, despite living under the constant watch of cameras, satellites, and social media, the killers of this decade proved something chilling. You can't monitor what you refuse to see. The monsters of the 2010s didn't hide in shadows, they hid in plain sight. On Facebook profiles, dating apps, and live streams, they blended seamlessly with society, using the tools of connection as weapons. The decade's killers didn't just commit crimes, they curated them, branding themselves in a world obsessed with attention. Perhaps no case captured this better than that of Chris Watts, the Colorado husband who murdered his pregnant wife Shanann and their 2 young daughters in 2018. To the outside world, Chris and Shanann were the image of perfection. Smiling family photos, Instagram posts about love and success, a picture of domestic bliss. But beneath the digital facade lay a man suffocating under debt, deceit, and selfish desire. When Shanann and the girls went missing, Watts stood before cameras, pleading for their return. His calm demeanor and hollow words became instant viral content. But behind the scenes, police body cam footage and text evidence began to unravel the truth. He had strangled Shanann in their home, then smothered his daughters and dumped their bodies in oil tanks at his worksite. Watts' crime shocked not just because of its brutality, but because of its contradiction. A man who lived his life online, performing love for an audience while hiding pure evil behind closed doors. He wasn't just a killer, he was a product of the social media age, desperate for image, addicted to control, and incapable of authenticity. Then came the case of Luca Magnotta, a Canadian model-turned-killer who embodied the twisted union of fame and horror. Magnotta had spent years creating fake personas and uploading disturbing videos before escalating to murder in 2012. His killing of Chinese student Jun Lin, filmed, edited, and posted online, wasn't just an act of violence, it was a performance. He titled the video "One Lunatic, One Ice Pick," setting off one of the largest international manhunts of the decade. When authorities finally captured him in Berlin, he was sitting in an internet cafe, reading articles about himself. Magnotta's crime represented the terrifying evolution of narcissism. A man who didn't kill out of rage or ideology, but out of a craving for digital immortality. As the world became more connected, killers learned to weaponize isolation. Elliot Rodger, the 22-year-old responsible for the 2014 Isla Vista killings, left behind a 137-page manifesto and YouTube videos explaining his hatred of women and society. His crime was the birth of a new kind of murderer, the incel killer, lonely, bitter, radicalized online. Rodger's actions inspired a generation of disaffected young men who saw him as a martyr. His digital legacy mutated across forums, memes, and manifestos, proof that in the internet era, a killer's influence could outlive his body. The internet didn't just spread information, it spread ideology. While individuals like Rodger hunted for attention, others sought terror on a mass scale. The Boston Marathon bombing in 2013 demonstrated how domestic extremism had evolved in the age of surveillance. The Tsarnaev brothers, inspired by online radicalism, constructed homemade bombs that killed 3 and injured hundreds. The event, broadcast across the world, showed the fragility of public safety in a hyper-connected world. What followed was a digital dragnet unlike anything before. Surveillance footage, social media posts, and smartphone videos created a mosaic of evidence. The investigation became a live, crowdsourced effort as online communities tried to identify suspects before police did. It marked the beginning of a new reality. Killers no longer just left physical trails. They left digital ones too. But not all 2010's killers were motivated by ideology. Some were driven by pure sadism. Stephen Paddock, who opened fire on a Las Vegas concert in 2017, killing 60 and wounding over 400, remains one of the most enigmatic mass murderers in American history. With no clear motive, no manifesto, and no history of violence, his actions defied understanding. Paddock turned a hotel suite into a sniper's nest, firing thousands of rounds into a crowd of concert-goers. The sheer logistics of the massacre, dozens of weapons, thousands of rounds of ammunition, meticulously planned, revealed the terrifying efficiency of modern evil. Despite endless investigation, his motives remain unknown. Some horrors, it seems, exist without reason. The 2010s also brought new killers who thrived on manipulation rather than brute force. Gypsy Rose Blanchard and her boyfriend Nicholas Godejohn's murder of Dee Dee Blanchard in 2015 exposed a web of deception and abuse. Dee Dee had fabricated her daughter's illnesses for years, trapping Gypsy in a cycle of medical control known as Munchausen by proxy. The murder, while horrifying, sparked empathy, blurring the line between victim and killer. And then there was Nicholas Cruz, whose 2018 shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School killed 17 people and reignited debates about mental health, gun control, and online radicalization. Cruz had left a trail of warning signs, disturbing videos, social media threats, and violent fantasies, all ignored until it was too late. His massacre wasn't just a tragedy, it was an indictment of a society drowning in information yet blind to meaning. The killers of the 2010s operated in a world where everything was recorded, yet nothing was prevented. Cameras captured their faces, algorithms tracked their words, but systems failed to interpret their danger. Technology could expose evil, but not stop it. At the same time, the true crime boom exploded. Streaming platforms, podcasts, and documentaries turned murder into mass entertainment. Making a Murderer, Don't F with Cats, and countless others blurred the line between journalism and voyeurism. The public became detectives, analysts, and fans, feeding an industry built on tragedy. This cultural shift wasn't accidental. The 2010s had normalized the killer as celebrity, the criminal as content. The more society consumed true crime, the more it risked desensitizing itself to the real victims behind the stories. By the decade's end, humanity had entered an era where privacy was extinct and every horror was instantly shared. The killers of the 2000s understood this perfectly. They didn't just crave violence, they craved views. In the age of social media, evil didn't need to hide in darkness. It could thrive under the spotlight, because in a world that records everything, infamy is forever. The 2020s began with a world already steeped in anxiety, pandemics, political chaos, digital surveillance, and social isolation. Humanity had never been more connected, yet never felt more alone. It was a decade defined by screens, algorithms, and information overload, the perfect breeding ground for a new generation of killers who thrived in the shadows of the digital landscape. In this new era, murder was no longer just a physical act. It became psychological warfare. The killers of the 2020s understood how to manipulate attention, spread chaos, and weaponize platforms. The violence wasn't just in the act itself, it was in the narrative that followed. One of the first major cases that symbolized the dark tone of the decade was that of Bryan Kohberger, the accused killer in the 2022 University of Idaho murders. 4 college students were brutally stabbed to death in their home, a crime that left a small town paralyzed by fear. For weeks, speculation consumed the internet. Theories, suspects, and even armchair detectives flooded TikTok and Reddit, blurring the line between investigation and entertainment. When Kohberger, a criminology student, was arrested, the world was stunned. He wasn't a drifter or a career criminal. He was studying how killers think. His fascination with the psychology of murder, coupled with his academic background, made the case chillingly meta. the man learning to profile murderers had allegedly become one. The Idaho case revealed something terrifying about the 2020s, that evil could hide in academia, behind blue light glasses and quiet intellect. It also showed how true crime culture had evolved. Ordinary people turned detectives overnight, consuming tragedy as content, while families begged for privacy. At the same time, mass shootings continued to escalate to unprecedented levels. The decade's early years saw tragedies in schools, supermarkets, and workplaces, each one live-streamed or posted about in real time. The 2022 Buffalo supermarket massacre, for instance, was broadcast live by the shooter on Twitch. His manifesto cited online hate forums, showing how extremist ideology now spread through memes, algorithms, and recommendation feeds. The killer wasn't radicalized in isolation. He was radicalized by design. The internet, once a tool for discovery, had become a labyrinth of echo chambers, places where violence incubated under anonymity. The 2020s proved that mass murder could be crowdsourced through culture, gamified through attention, and incentivized through fame. The COVID-19 pandemic, too, left psychological scars that birthed new forms of violence. Isolation, fear, and economic collapse created a pressure cooker of despair. Domestic homicides surged as lockdowns trapped victims with abusers. Mental illness, untreated and stigmatized, became a silent pandemic of its own. Police reports from around the world described scenes of horror. Parents turning on children, lovers destroying one another, neighbors erupting into violence over trivial disputes. Even online spaces became battlegrounds. The rise of cyberstalking, doxing, and digital revenge killings blurred the boundaries between virtual cruelty and real-world murder. A single post could spark obsession, harassment, or vengeance. Perhaps no case demonstrated this more hauntingly than the Maya Millety disappearance in California. In 2021, her husband, Larry Millett, was charged with her murder after months of digital sleuthing by online communities. Text messages, Facebook posts, and surveillance footage became the new DNA evidence. The 2020s had turned citizens into forensic analysts, combing through the endless archive of digital footprints every human now leaves behind. In another chilling reflection of the times, Nathaniel Veltman's 2021 attack in Ontario, killing 4 members of a Muslim family, exposed how far online hate networks could reach. His ideology wasn't formed in the streets, but cultivated in algorithmic corridors of rage and resentment. The 2020s killers were no longer hiding from society. They were hiding inside it, behind usernames, avatars, and live streams. And then there were those who killed for views. The world saw cases of influencers and vloggers whose pursuit of fame crossed into tragedy. In several countries, creators murdered or faked deaths for attention, proof that virality had become more valuable than morality. The digital audience, addicted to shock, fed the cycle. Meanwhile, technology itself began to play a disturbing new role. AI-generated deepfakes, voice cloning, and digital manipulation entered the criminal sphere. Authorities in 2024 reported the first cases of deepfake ransom attempts, and investigators warned that synthetic media could soon be used to fabricate confessions or alibis. The future killer might not even need to pull a trigger, only upload a file. Even as surveillance reached unprecedented levels, with cameras, facial recognition, and data tracking everywhere, killers adapted faster than systems could contain them. They exploited blind spots, hacked digital trails, and turned society's obsession with transparency into camouflage. The 2020s killers also reflected the fragmentation of truth itself. conspiracy theorists, radicalized groups, and lone extremists began merging ideologies, creating hybrid motives that defied comprehension. Some killed for attention, others for belief, and some simply for the chaos itself. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of this decade's violence is its performative nature. Killers didn't just want to destroy, they wanted to broadcast. They curated their crimes as narratives, aware that their actions would be replayed, analyzed, and dissected endlessly online. In this sense, they were not just murderers. They were directors of their own horror stories. Law enforcement, too, evolved. Digital forensics became the new battlefield, tracing IP addresses, encrypted messages, and cloud backups. But as the tools improved, so did the killer's sophistication. VPNs, crypto payments, and dark web markets created new ecosystems of crime that traditional policing could barely penetrate. The 2020s revealed that evil no longer needed isolation to grow. It needed only access to a network, an audience, and an algorithm. And it thrived best in societies that mistake exposure for understanding. As the decade progressed, one theme became clear. The killers of the 2020s are not relics of the past, but prototypes of the future. Their weapons are digital, their motives hybrid, and their reach global. They are born not in darkness, but in data, shaped by screens, clicks, and the world's insatiable hunger for attention. In this new age, the killer's greatest ally isn't the knife, the gun, or the plan. It's the audience. Because in the 2020s, murder isn't hidden anymore, it's trending. Throughout American history, the archetype of the female killer has fascinated and unsettled the public imagination. Society often expects women to nurture, heal, and protect. So when they kill, the betrayal of that expectation feels doubly shocking. Yet beneath the surface of femininity and fragility lies a darker, more complex reality. Women have killed for power, greed, love, and sometimes pure survival. The story of women who kill is not merely about murder, it's about rebellion against roles, manipulation of perception, and mastery of control. They weaponize charm, vulnerability, and trust, turning social stereotypes into camouflage. Unlike their male counterparts, who often kill with brute force or spectacle, female killers tend to kill quietly, through poison, deception, or long-term manipulation. One of the earliest and most infamous cases in American history was Belle Gunness, the Lady Bluebeard of Indiana. Between 1900 and 1908, Gunness lured lonely, wealthy men to her farm through newspaper ads promising marriage. When they arrived, they vanished, buried in shallow graves on her property. Her motive was brutally pragmatic: money. Her method was disturbingly domestic. She fed, charmed, then slaughtered them in her kitchen. Gunness wasn't a frenzied killer, but a calculating predator who understood greed as a weapon. Then came Nanny Doss, the giggling granny, who murdered at least 11 people between the 1920s and 1950s, including 4 husbands, 2 children, and her own mother. She smiled through interrogations, reading romance magazines even after her confession. To her, killing was a form of control in a life where men and circumstances had always dictated her worth. Her laughter in the face of death turned her into an American symbol of hidden domestic horror, evil behind an apron. Women like Doss and Gunness reveal a key psychological pattern: instrumental killing. Unlike many male killers driven by compulsion, female murderers often act with purpose: inheritance, jealousy, revenge, or freedom. The method is typically poison, a weapon of intimacy that requires patience, planning, and emotional detachment. Cyanide, arsenic, and rat poison became the silent tools of female rage for decades, especially in eras when physical violence from women was unthinkable. But not all female killers fit the mold of the secretive poisoner. Some erupted into overt violence, challenging gender expectations altogether. Aileen Wuornos, one of the most infamous American female serial killers, murdered 7 men between 1989 and 1990. A prostitute surviving on the margins, Wuornos claimed the men had tried to assault her. Her murders, she insisted, were acts of self-defense. Her story blurred the line between victim and predator, exposing how trauma can twist into violence when survival is all that remains. Wuornos's life became a tragic reflection of systemic failure, abused as a child, exploited by men, abandoned by institutions. Her killings were brutal, but her pain was undeniable. Society condemned her as a monster, yet she embodied the wounds it refused to acknowledge. In many ways, Wuornos became a symbol of feminine rage turned lethal. Not all female killers act alone. Some become leaders of manipulation, orchestrating murder through others. Martha Beck, one half of the Lonely Hearts Killers duo with Raymond Fernandez, seduced victims under the guise of romance. Her devotion to Fernandez turned obsessive. She helped him lure, con, and eventually kill women across several states. Beck's loyalty transformed into madness. She believed murder was proof of love. Then there are cult leaders, women who kill not for greed, but for ideology. Sharon Gans and Anna Young, for instance, ruled their followers through psychological terror. Young, the leader of the House of Prayer for All People, was convicted of torturing and killing children under the guise of faith. In these cases, murder became ritual, a way to maintain divine authority. The psychology of women who kill is layered with contradictions. They often exhibit traits of narcissism and sociopathy, but also dependency and vulnerability. Many use emotional intelligence, normally a strength, as a tool for manipulation. They read people's weaknesses, play on sympathy, and mirror affection to gain control. Studies show that female killers often maintain a double life. They appear loving, devoted, and trustworthy, mothers, nurses, wives, or caregivers. Consider the chilling cases of medical serial killers like Janine Jones, a nurse who murdered infants in her care under the pretense of heroism. Her goal, investigators believe, was to create emergencies she could save, earning praise and validation. The need to be seen as a savior drove her to destroy. Female killers rarely kill strangers without motive. Their violence tends to be relational: husbands, children, patients, or lovers. This makes their crimes both intimate and deeply psychological. Murder becomes a way to reclaim agency in environments that suppress them: marriages, patriarchy, or trauma. Culturally, the fascination with women who kill runs deep because they defy archetypes. Hollywood paints them as seductresses or avengers, the femme fatale, the scorned woman, the black widow. But reality is colder. Most female murderers are neither glamorous nor insane. They are ordinary, and that's what makes them terrifying. In recent decades, media and true crime audiences have revived interest in these women. Netflix documentaries and podcasts dissect their stories, balancing horror with empathy. But the danger lies in glamorization, turning murderers into misunderstood anti-heroes. The stories of killers like Gypsy Rose Blanchard or Casey Anthony blur morality in the court of public opinion, showing how gender can distort perception of guilt and innocence. Still, the statistics reveal truth. Women make up a small fraction of murderers, but their methods are among the most effective. Their success rate, killing without detection for years, often exceeds that of male killers. It's not brute strength that keeps them hidden. It's subtlety. And perhaps that is the most disturbing revelation of all. When a man kills, the world recoils. When a woman kills, it hesitates. Society struggles to accept her as predator rather than victim, allowing her to move undetected for years. Behind every headline of a killer wife, toxic mother, or black widow lies a human being who learned to weaponize expectation. They wear compassion like armor, trust like perfume, and guilt like disguise. Women who kill don't break the mold of femininity, they rewrite it. They prove that evil isn't masculine or feminine, it's human. When the face of evil wears acne and braces, the world struggles to comprehend it. Teenage killers stand at the crossroads between innocence and monstrosity, their crimes forcing society to question where childhood ends and darkness begins. In America's long, violent history, some of the most disturbing acts have come not from hardened criminals, but from children barely old enough to drive. The phenomenon of teenage murderers has always existed, but modern culture, with its isolation, violence, and digital influence, has made it alarmingly visible. Behind every headline about a killer teen lies a tangle of psychological trauma, environmental failure, and the chilling reminder that youth does not guarantee morality. One of the earliest and most shocking examples was Jesse Pomeroy, known as the Boston Boy Fiend. In the 1870s, at just 14 years old, Pomeroy tortured and murdered younger children in ways that baffled even seasoned police. Psychiatrists described him as intelligent, emotionless, and disturbingly calm. At an age when most were playing in the streets, Jesse was dissecting cruelty. He became one of America's youngest convicted murderers, and an enduring reminder that darkness can bloom early. Fast forward to the 20th century, and America witnessed a new kind of youthful violence: school killings. The 1999 Columbine High School massacre forever changed how the world saw teenage rage. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold weren't outlaws in the traditional sense. They were suburban boys, immersed in violent video games, resentment, and a hunger for recognition. Their massacre wasn't just murder, it was a performance. They documented their plans, filmed themselves, and imagined how their story would live online. Columbine was not just a tragedy, it was the blueprint for a new kind of violence, one where infamy became the motive. Future killers studied it, mimicked it, and idolized the perpetrators. The teenage killer had evolved from a hidden aberration into a public spectacle. The psychological roots of adolescent murder are complex. Teen brains are still developing, particularly the prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for impulse control, empathy, and moral reasoning. Combine that with trauma, bullying, neglect, or exposure to violence, and the result can be catastrophic. In the chaos of identity formation, rage becomes a way to assert control. Many teenage killers share a sense of alienation, feeling invisible, humiliated, or powerless. Violence offers what they crave most: significance. To be feared, even hated, feels better than being ignored. When society fails to provide belonging, violence becomes their language. In 2006, the case of Eric Hainstock in Wisconsin revealed how emotional turmoil can erupt under pressure. At just 15, he brought a gun to school and shot his principal. His motive? Years of reported bullying and humiliation. In his confession, Hainstock said he wanted to be heard, not to kill. But once the gun was raised, the line between statement and slaughter vanished. In 2014, The Slender Man stabbing shocked the nation when two 12-year-old girls lured their friend into the woods and stabbed her 19 times, claiming they did it to appease a fictional internet monster. It wasn't a traditional act of malice, but of delusion, showing how deeply the digital world could warp fragile minds. The case blurred the boundaries between reality and myth, forcing parents to realize that the threats weren't only physical, they were viral. The 21st century's teenage killer often lives online before they ever kill offline. Forums, extremist groups, and nihilistic subcultures offer belonging to the lost and angry. They find validation in echo chambers that romanticize violence. In these spaces, empathy dies, and identity fuses with destruction. Another haunting case is that of Evan Ramsey, who opened fire in a Bethel, Alaska high school in 1997 after years of neglect and abuse. In interviews from prison, Ramsey revealed that he had been taught to use guns by peers who egged him on, promising him fame. His words remain chilling. "I didn't even know death was real until it happened." That statement captures the eerie disconnection common among young killers. They understand death conceptually, not emotionally. Some teenage killers are molded by families that normalize violence. Brenda Ann Spencer, just 16 when she shot and killed 2 people at her San Diego school in 1979, famously told reporters, "I don't like Mondays. This livens up the day her father had gifted her the rifle she used." Spencer's cold detachment and casual explanation symbolized a new kind of youthful nihilism, killing not for hate, but boredom. In the decades that followed, cases like Luke Woodham, Mitchell Johnson, and Andrew Golden echoed the same themes. Loneliness, humiliation, broken families, and untreated psychological distress. These weren't hardened criminals, they were children without anchors. Yet not all teenage killers are driven by anger. Some are seduced by power and manipulation. In 1994, Heather O'Rourke and her boyfriend Tony Murray murdered her mother and sister in an attempt to live freely together. Others, like Carol Ann Fugate, became partners to older murderers caught in a deadly blend of devotion and coercion. The gender dynamic adds another layer. While male teens typically kill in acts of aggression or rage, female teenage killers often act through loyalty, jealousy, or control. Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, though Canadian, remain one of North America's most infamous examples. She was just 17 when she became complicit in murders. Her participation blurred lines between victim and accomplice, showing how manipulation can corrupt even youthful conscience. The justice system struggles with teenage killers. Are they criminals to be punished or victims to be rehabilitated? Neuroscience shows that adolescent brains are still plastic, capable of change. Yet some acts are so horrific that redemption feels impossible. The debate continues. Should a 15-year-old who commits murder be sentenced as an adult, or should society hold itself accountable for the conditions that created them? Behind every young killer lies a chain of failure. Parents who didn't see, schools that didn't intervene, systems that didn't care. The tragedy is not only in the lives they destroy, but in the lives they could have lived. Every teenage murderer is a mirror, reflecting what happens when empathy, structure, and connection collapse. And so, society keeps asking, what turns a child into a killer? The answer isn't a single moment. It's an accumulation of pain, neglect, rejection, and access to tools of destruction. When violence becomes the only language they know, the result is inevitable. Teenage killers remind us of an uncomfortable truth. Evil doesn't wait for adulthood. It can wear a school uniform, sit in the cafeteria, and smile during roll call. And sometimes the most terrifying monsters aren't hiding in the dark. They're sitting right beside us in class. Few forces are as intoxicating or as dangerous as belief. History has shown that faith, when twisted by manipulation, can become a weapon sharper than any knife. Cult killers are not merely murderers. They are instruments of ideology shaped by charismatic leaders who transform devotion into death. Their crimes are terrifying, not just for their brutality, but for what they reveal about human vulnerability, the need to belong, to obey, to find meaning in madness. In America, cult violence has carved deep scars into the nation's memory. Each generation has witnessed its own apocalypse disguised as salvation, its own prophet promising paradise through blood. Behind every massacre, there stands a figure who understood the psychology of control, how to turn faith into fanaticism and loyalty into murder. Perhaps the most infamous name among them is Charles Manson. In the late 1960s, at the height of America's countercultural revolution, Manson created a cult he called the Family. He preached a doctrine that fused race war, the Beatles' helter-skelter, and delusions of divine destiny. His followers, mostly young, lost women, worshipped him like a messiah. Under his command, they murdered actress Sharon Tate and several others in 1969, scrawling messages in blood on the walls. Manson never lifted a knife that night, yet his words did the killing. That's the terrifying power of belief. It can outsource murder. The Manson murders became a cultural turning point, shattering the utopian dream of the 1960s and revealing the darkness that lay beneath free love and blind faith. But Manson was only one chapter in a longer story. The People's Temple, led by Jim Jones, proved that mass devotion could end in mass death. On November 18, 1978, in Jonestown, Guyana, more than 900 people, men, women and children, drank cyanide-laced punch in what remains one of the largest mass suicides in history. Jones had begun as a preacher of racial equality, but paranoia and power warped his vision. "They're coming for us," he warned his followers, convincing them that dying together was the only way to escape oppression. The Jonestown Massacre revealed that cult killings are not spontaneous. They are the product of long-term psychological conditioning, isolation, fear, dependency, and absolute obedience. Followers were stripped of autonomy until death seemed like deliverance. Another haunting case unfolded in 1993 in Waco, Texas, when David Koresh, leader of the Branch Davidians, engaged in a 51-day standoff with the FBI. Koresh claimed to be the final prophet, interpreting the Book of Revelation as a literal battle between his followers and the government. When the compound went up in flames, 76 people, including children, died. Koresh's charisma was inseparable from his control. He convinced followers to surrender wives, children, and lives for his divine plan. Like Manson and Jones, Koresh understood the same truth. Fear and faith are twins. Cult leaders blur them until followers can't tell salvation from slaughter. Not all cult killers lead large movements. Some operate in small, secretive circles. Roch Thériault, a Canadian cult leader with American followers, blended survivalism and apocalyptic prophecy in the 1980s, torturing and mutilating his devotees in the name of purification. Shoko Asahara, the leader of Japan's Aum Shinrikyo, ordered a sarin gas attack on the Tokyo subway in 1995. But his ideology drew heavily from Western apocalyptic cults, showing how belief systems mutate across borders. In the United States, cult killers often emerge during times of uncertainty, when society questions authority, religion, or morality. After the Vietnam War, after Watergate, after 9/11, each wave of disillusionment bred new prophets offering new absolutes. Belief thrives where doubt reigns. The methods of control are disturbingly consistent. Cult leaders isolate their followers from family and friends, rewrite their sense of morality, and impose rituals that degrade individuality. Sleep deprivation, starvation, sexual manipulation all serve one purpose: to erode free will. The leader becomes parent, God, and conscience. When he commands violence, followers obey not out of cruelty, but devotion. Consider Heaven's Gate, a cult that blended New Age mysticism with UFO mythology. In 1997, 39 members committed suicide, believing their souls would ascend to a spaceship following the Hale-Bopp comet. Though not technically murder, it was orchestrated death, the same psychological mechanism as Jonestown. The leader, Marshall Applewhite, convinced his followers that leaving their human vehicles was transcendence. The devotion was so total that even in death, they lay peacefully in matching black outfits and Nike shoes, a macabre symbol of order amid madness. What drives people into such control? Psychologists point to three key traits: charisma, isolation, and fear. Charismatic leaders radiate certainty in a world of chaos. Isolation removes alternative perspectives. Fear of outsiders, punishment, or apocalypse keeps followers compliant. Together, they form a psychological triangle of captivity. Cults feed on the human desire for purpose. Many followers are not gullible but idealistic, seeking meaning in a fractured world. Leaders exploit that yearning, offering identity where society offers confusion. Once belief takes root, facts lose power. To question the leader becomes sin. To disobey becomes death. Modern cult killers have adapted to the digital age. Online communities now serve as breeding grounds for ideological extremism. Groups built around conspiracy theories, radical religion, or alternative spirituality can transform into digital cults, spreading faster than physical ones ever could. The QAnon movement, for example, has exhibited cult-like devotion, leading to real-world violence and even murders. In this new landscape, indoctrination no longer requires compounds. It only needs a Wi-Fi signal. What unites all cult killers is not just belief in their leaders, but surrender of self. Whether through sermons, sex, or slaughter, they erase individuality in exchange for belonging. In their eyes, murder becomes a sacred act, a test of loyalty or faith. That's what makes them so chilling. They don't kill for pleasure or greed, but for righteousness. Yet within every cult member lies a paradox. Many who kill for belief see themselves as good. In their minds, they are soldiers of purity carrying out divine orders. This moral inversion, the ability to justify evil through faith, is what makes cult killings among the most psychologically disturbing crimes in history. The power of belief can heal or destroy. In the hands of a charismatic manipulator, it becomes a weapon of mass obedience. From Manson's desert prophecies to Jones's jungle sermons, from Koresh's fire to Heaven's Gate's flight, each story ends the same way, with faith consuming itself. Cults are not relics of the past. They evolve with culture, technology, and fear. The next prophet won't rise from a commune or a compound. He'll rise from a live stream, preaching salvation through a screen. And when he commands his followers to die or to kill, they'll believe. Because belief, when corrupted, doesn't just blind, it destroys. Fame is often painted as the ultimate dream, a golden stage bathed in light where adoration never ends. But behind the glamour lies a darker truth. In the world of celebrity, obsession festers, envy simmers, and fame itself becomes a weapon. History has seen countless cases where the very thing that made someone famous also sealed their fate. Celebrity killers remind us that notoriety can invite danger and that admiration can curdle into death. America's fascination with fame has always bordered on obsession. From silent film stars to modern influencers, the public's hunger for access has erased the line between admiration and intrusion. Some killers are fans driven by fixation, others are stars themselves, corrupted by ego and excess. The result is a gallery of tragedies that reveal the most disturbing sides of celebrity culture. The most infamous example remains Mark David Chapman, who murdered John Lennon on December 8, 1980. Chapman was not a typical criminal, he was a devoted fan. He idolized Lennon, but became disillusioned after perceiving hypocrisy in the singer's message of peace. Carrying a copy of The Catcher in the Rye, Chapman waited outside Lennon's New York apartment, asked for an autograph, then shot him 5 times. His motive? A twisted desire for connection and recognition. He later said he wanted to steal Lennon's fame. In his mind, killing a legend meant becoming one. That delusion reflects a terrifying truth about celebrity killers. They often crave immortality through infamy. Another case that shook Hollywood was the murder of Sharon Tate by the Manson family in 1969. Tate, a rising star and the pregnant wife of director Roman Polanski, represented innocence and glamour in an era already tainted by violence. When Charles Manson sent his followers to her home, it wasn't personal, it was symbolic. Manson targeted celebrities as part of his apocalyptic delusion, believing their deaths would ignite chaos. Tate's brutal murder became the death of the 1960s dream, marking a cultural shift from peace to paranoia. Celebrity itself can also turn deadly when the stars become killers. Phil Spector, the legendary music producer behind hits for the Ronettes and the Beatles, lived a life of creative genius and emotional instability. In 2003, actress Lana Clarkson was found dead in his Los Angeles mansion. Spector claimed it was an accident, but evidence and a history of threats told a different story. His conviction for second-degree murder revealed how power and ego can transform artistry into abuse. The case of O.J. Simpson blurred the line between fame and crime more than any other. Once an American football icon and actor, Simpson's 1994 trial for the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman captivated the world. Broadcast live, it became a media circus, equal parts courtroom drama and national spectacle. Whether guilty or not, Simpson's trial demonstrated how celebrity warps justice itself. There's something uniquely chilling about a killer who hasn't yet reached adulthood. Teenagers are supposed to represent innocence, curiosity, and the future, but when that innocence turns to rage, the result is horror magnified. Teenage killers defy our understanding of morality. They remind us that evil doesn't always come with wrinkles or scars. Sometimes it wears a school uniform. The idea of young murderers unsettles us because it violates every expectation we have about childhood. When a teenager kills, society is forced to confront uncomfortable questions. Was it nature or nurture? Could it have been prevented? What does it mean when a child takes a life? One of the most infamous examples in American history is Brenda Ann Spencer, who was just 16 when she opened fire on Cleveland Elementary School in San Diego in 1979. Using a .22 caliber rifle her father had given her as a gift, Spencer killed 2 adults and wounded 8 children. When asked why she did it, she coldly replied, "I don't like Mondays." The phrase became a haunting reflection of how detached her motive seemed, senseless violence born from boredom and depression. Spencer's crime predated the modern wave of school shootings, yet it foreshadowed what was to come. The growing alienation of youth, the easy access to guns, and the influence of media would soon create a deadly formula. 2 decades later, that formula exploded in Columbine, Colorado. On April 20th, 1999, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, both high school seniors, carried out one of the deadliest school massacres in U.S. history. Armed with shotguns, explosives, and homemade bombs, they murdered 13 people before taking their own lives. Columbine wasn't just a tragedy, it was a turning point. The attack reshaped how America viewed schools, teenagers, and the intersection of mental illness and fame. The killers left behind journals, videos, and digital footprints that revealed a toxic mix of rage, alienation, and a desire for infamy. They saw themselves as anti-heroes, rejecting a world that they felt had rejected them. Their crime birthed a disturbing legacy. Copycats who saw in them not monsters, but martyrs. Before Columbine, there was another chilling case. Kip Kinkle, a 15-year-old from Oregon, who in 1998 killed his parents, then opened fire at his high school, killing 2 classmates and injuring many others. Kinkle was fascinated by firearms and obsessed with violence. His journals were filled with rage and self-loathing, his thoughts oscillating between guilt and exhilaration. Like many teenage killers, Kinkle's motives were deeply internal, a storm of pain that no one noticed until it erupted. But not all teenage killers act out of isolation or despair. Some do it for thrill, ego, or power. In 1924, Chicago witnessed one of the most shocking crimes of the early 20th century. Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb, 2 wealthy college students, kidnapped and murdered 14-year-old Bobby Franks simply to prove they could commit the perfect crime. Inspired by Nietzsche's idea of the Superman, they believed they were intellectually superior to moral laws. Their arrogance crumbled in court, but their case remains a chilling reminder that intelligence doesn't equate to empathy. Their murder wasn't fueled by rage or revenge, it was born of boredom and ego. Even in the 1920s, society struggled to comprehend how privilege and brilliance could coexist with such depravity. In more recent years, the rise of social media has created a disturbing new stage for teenage killers. Online validation, fame, and digital desensitization have blurred the line between reality and performance. Some teens now broadcast their crimes live, seeking an audience rather than escape. In 2016, Anissa Weier and Morgan Geyser, both 12, lured their classmate into the woods and stabbed her 19 times, believing they were serving a fictional online entity known as Slender Man. The attack shocked the nation not just for its brutality, but for what it symbolized, a generation growing up with myth and reality intertwined. The girls truly believed they were committing a supernatural sacrifice. When fiction inspires murder, it's no longer a story, it's contagion. Teen killers are often painted as monsters, but the truth is far more complex. Many come from homes marked by neglect, abuse, or isolation. Others are intelligent but emotionally fractured, unable to process failure or rejection. Some are sociopaths, born without empathy, but most are shaped by a combination of trauma, media, and mental instability that festers unnoticed. The justice system has long struggled with how to punish them. Should a 15-year-old murderer be treated as an adult or rehabilitated as a child? The U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly debated juvenile sentencing, reflecting the nation's uncertainty about where culpability begins. Cases like Lionel Tate, who at 12 was sentenced to life for killing a 6-year-old girl while mimicking wrestling moves, force society to confront that moral grey zone. Yet for all the analysis, one theme runs through every story: warning signs. In nearly every case, the red flags were there: drawings of violence, obsessions with weapons, expressions of hopelessness. But they were ignored, dismissed as phases. Teenage killers don't emerge from nowhere. They are the product of neglect, invisibility, and despair. What makes their crimes especially horrifying is the purity they destroy, not just the lives of victims, but the belief that youth itself is sacred. When a teenager kills, it's not just an act of violence. It's a mirror held up to society, reflecting everything that went wrong. The darkness of youth is not about age, it's about potential twisted by pain. Each teenage killer is a tragedy multiplied, a lost life taking others with it. Their crimes remind us that evil can be learned, nurtured, and disguised in the most ordinary faces. The scariest truth of all? Many of them might have been saved if someone had listened. The badge is supposed to represent justice. It's a symbol of trust, authority, and safety, a promise that those who wear it stand between order and chaos. But what happens when the protector becomes the predator? When the enforcer of the law starts hunting those he's sworn to protect? The answer is one of the darkest truths in criminal history: killers who hide behind the badge. Serial killers in uniform are perhaps the most disturbing of all. Their crimes are made possible not just by cunning or cruelty, but by power. Society gives them the benefit of the doubt, the authority to question, arrest, and even kill if necessary. That power, in the wrong hands, becomes an instrument of pure evil. One of the most notorious cases is Gerald Patrick Lewis, known as the Killer Cop of California. A respected police officer by day, Lewis prowled the highways at night, preying on women he pulled over under the guise of law enforcement. For years, his badge shielded him from suspicion. Victims described him as calm, authoritative, and polite, traits that helped him gain their trust before unleashing violence. His exposure revealed how terrifyingly easy it was for a predator to hide inside a uniform. Then there's Joseph James DeAngelo, the man later unmasked as the Golden State Killer. Before his decades-long reign of terror, DeAngelo served as a police officer in the 1970s. He used his training to stalk, bind, and assault his victims, always staying one step ahead of investigators. For years, California communities lived in fear of a phantom who broke into homes, taunted victims, and vanished without a trace. The truth that he had once sworn to uphold the law made his crimes even more chilling. The power of a uniform gives killers like DeAngelo something few criminals have: instant credibility. When a victim sees flashing lights, they feel relief, not fear. That trust is the killer's weapon. It allows him to approach, manipulate, and dominate without resistance. It's not just murder. It's a betrayal of civilization's most sacred trust. But America's dark history with predatory officers stretches beyond DeAngelo. Manuel Pardo, a former Florida police officer, was convicted in 1987 of murdering 9 people. He claimed his victims were drug dealers and criminals, portraying himself as a vigilante cleansing society. "I am a soldier," he said during his trial. But his victims weren't all what he claimed. They were mostly defenseless civilians. His self-righteousness revealed a psychological rot. A man who believed his uniform made him judge, jury, and executioner. Some uniformed killers act alone. Others operate within corrupted systems. During the 1970s and 1980s, Lonnie David Franklin Jr., the Grim Sleeper, posed as a sanitation worker but had ties to police circles. His crimes went ignored for decades, in part because his victims were poor black women. When the system doesn't care, it becomes complicit. Franklin's story exposed how institutional neglect can empower serial predators. Equally haunting is the case of Antoinette Frank, a New Orleans police officer who, in 1995, participated in the execution-style murders of 3 people at a restaurant she had once guarded. Frank used her badge to gain entry, disarmed trust with her uniform, and turned it into betrayal. Her case remains one of the most disturbing examples of how authority can mutate into arrogance and murder. Then there's Robert Hansen, an Alaskan serial killer who hunted women in the wilderness in the 1970s and 1980s. While not a police officer himself, he often posed as one, flashing fake badges to lure his victims into false security. His crimes remind us that even the illusion of law enforcement can be enough to control and kill. The pattern among these uniformed killers is both predictable and horrifying. They crave control. The badge gives them dominance over others. And once they taste that power, some begin to blur the line between enforcing law and creating their own. Psychologists call this the authority-corruption cycle, when individuals use their position of trust to fulfill dark impulses, justifying their actions as moral or necessary. The phenomenon isn't limited to the United States. Around the world, killers have exploited uniforms for terror. In Mexico, corrupt officers have been found linked to cartel killings. In Russia, Mikhail Popkov, a former police officer, confessed to murdering at least 80 women, claiming he wanted to cleanse immoral behavior. Popkov's dual identity, officer and killer, made him nearly untouchable for years. He used patrol cars, police equipment, and authority to lure women before murdering them. In the US, the veneer of trust makes these crimes particularly shocking. Every arrest, every interaction between citizen and officer is built on faith. When that faith is shattered, it doesn't just destroy individual lives, it corrodes society's foundation. People stop calling for help, communities stop trusting justice. Fear becomes the law. The psychological makeup of these killers often shares similarities with other sociopaths, narcissism, lack of empathy and thrill-seeking, but with one crucial difference: entitlement. They don't just believe they can kill, they believe they deserve to. The badge becomes both a disguise and a justification, and sometimes the institutions themselves enable it. Blue walls of silence, bureaucratic protection, and misplaced loyalty allow predators to thrive. Misconduct reports vanish, complaints go unfiled, and victims are dismissed. The killer in uniform isn't just one man. It's a system that refuses to see itself in the mirror. One of the most chilling realizations came with the exposure of D'Angelo. He wasn't caught by old-fashioned detective work, but by genetic genealogy, a new science that linked his family's DNA to decades-old crime scene samples. His arrest symbolized not just closure, but accountability, the moment when technology outpaced the arrogance of authority. The legacy of killers in uniform leaves behind more than victims. It leaves a society scarred by mistrust. The uniform that once inspired safety now evokes suspicion. It's a reminder that power, unchecked, can twist even the best institutions into tools of horror. Law enforcement exists to protect, but when predators infiltrate it, justice becomes a disguise. The victims of such killers are not just individuals, they are communities robbed of faith in the system meant to defend them. The uniform itself isn't evil. But every time a killer hides behind it, it loses a little of its meaning. The scariest thing about serial killers in uniform isn't how they kill. It's how long we let them get away with it. Murder is often thought of as a solitary act, a lone mind descending into darkness, driven by rage, greed, or madness. But history shows us that evil sometimes thrives best in pairs. Murderous duos, two individuals whose minds and motives intertwine, represent one of the most disturbing psychological phenomena in criminal history. When two killers find each other, their shared pathology multiplies. Together, they become something neither could be alone: unstoppable, emboldened, and terrifyingly efficient. The psychology behind killer partnerships is as complex as it is horrifying. Criminologists call it folie à deux, or madness shared by two. It's a rare psychological condition in which one partner, usually dominant, infects the other with delusions, desires, or rage. The submissive one absorbs the leader's vision until the line between obedience and belief disappears. Their crimes become a joint mission, an unholy alliance forged by obsession, love, or fear. One of the earliest and most infamous examples is Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow, whose 1930s crime spree captivated America. Though romanticized as outlaws and rebels, their story was drenched in violence. The couple robbed banks, killed police officers, and left a trail of blood across the Midwest. Their chemistry was electric, their bond absolute. They lived and died together in a hail of bullets in 1934. The myth of Bonnie and Clyde turned crime into legend, but the reality was far more brutal. They were thrill-seekers addicted to danger and each other. While Bonnie and Clyde's violence was driven by rebellion, other duos were motivated by depravity. In the 1950s, Ian Brady and Myra Hindley committed the Moors murders in England, torturing and killing children in acts so heinous they shocked the world. Hindley was drawn to Brady's charisma and nihilism, and together they descended into sadism. Brady's fantasies became their shared reality, and Hindley, once ordinary, transformed into a participant in pure evil. The dynamic between them reflected a familiar pattern: the dominant manipulator and the willing accomplice. Brady supplied the ideology, Hindley supplied the devotion. In her mind, she wasn't just helping a murderer, she was serving her soulmate. That illusion of love is one of the most powerful catalysts in criminal partnerships. America, too, has seen its share of deadly duos. Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka, often called the Ken and Barbie killers, turned their marriage into a horror show in the early 1990s. Behind their glamorous facade, the couple kidnapped, raped, and murdered multiple teenage girls, including Carla's own sister. Their crimes combined sexual sadism, narcissism, and a desire for dominance over life and death. Even after their arrest, the question lingered: who was truly in control? Bernardo's violence was undeniable, but Carla's participation blurred the narrative of victim and accomplice. Another terrifying pair emerged from the highways of California in the 1980s. Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris, known as the Toolbox Killers. They kidnapped, tortured, and murdered young women, recording their victims' screams as trophies. Bittaker was the sadistic visionary, Norris the eager enabler. Their partnership thrived on shared cruelty, feeding off each other's depravity until murder became ritual. What makes such duos so effective is their mutual reinforcement. Alone, they might hesitate. Together, they feel unstoppable. Each act becomes validation, each crime a confirmation of their bond. Their partnership replaces conscience with complicity. In the 1970s, Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole roamed the southern United States in a spree of murders that blurred fact and fantasy. Though their claims of hundreds of killings were exaggerated, their relationship was undeniably symbiotic. Lucas, manipulative and boastful, found in Toole a loyal follower who shared his violent impulses. Their crimes, random, cruel, and directionless, reflected the chaos of two drifters lost in delusion and darkness. The disturbing intimacy of killer pairs also extends into the realm of families. Fred and Rosemary West, from England, turned their home into a chamber of horrors. Over 2 decades, they kidnapped, raped, and murdered at least a dozen young women, including their own daughter. Their partnership was rooted in shared perversion and control. Fred dominated, Rosemary indulged. Their marriage became a killing pact. Even more unsettling is the emotional bond that often forms between killers. Some partners are lovers, others are siblings or friends. But all share a sense of identity built around murder. They see their crimes not as evil, but as an expression of unity. In this twisted logic, blood becomes proof of loyalty. In some cases, both partners are equally culpable. In others, one is clearly the manipulator. The psychological imbalance between them is crucial. The dominant figure, often charismatic and intelligent, creates the fantasy. The submissive one provides validation and obedience. Over time, the fantasy becomes mutual delusion, a world where murder feels justified, even necessary. Consider Ray and Faye Copeland, an elderly couple from Missouri who, in their 70s, murdered farmhands for financial gain. Ray planned the killings. Faye helped lure victims and dispose of evidence. Their advanced age made their crimes even more shocking, proof that murderous partnership transcends time, gender, and motive. Why do these pairs form? Psychologists suggest that loneliness, dependency, and the search for belonging play key roles. Many submissive partners are emotionally fragile, drawn to dominant personalities who offer purpose. When that purpose turns to violence, they follow, not because they are coerced, but because it gives them identity. Murderous duos also offer insight into human darkness, how ordinary people can commit extraordinary evil through connection. When shared fantasy replaces moral compass, empathy dies. These killers don't just commit crimes together. They share a reality in which guilt and love coexist. In pop culture, their stories fascinate us because they defy logic. We can understand a lone killer's madness, but when two people work in tandem, it forces us to confront how influence and intimacy can twist human nature. Every smile hides a potential follower, every bond a potential accomplice. Their partnerships are built on trust, but a trust that feeds on destruction. They kill to feel united, and once that bond is forged in blood, it becomes unbreakable. When the two are finally caught, their downfall often mirrors their intimacy. Some turn on each other immediately, desperate to shift blame. Others remain loyal until death, convinced their love or delusion was pure. Even in the courtroom, they sit side by side, their silence saying more than words ever could. The story of murderous duos is not just about shared crime. It's about the fragile line between devotion and destruction, between love and death. These killers don't just kill together. They live for each other, die for each other, and in doing so, leave behind a legacy that redefines evil itself. Because when two hearts beat as one in darkness, the echo can drown out humanity. Wealth and fame are supposed to protect you from the world's dangers. Money buys security, prestige commands respect, and influence builds walls between privilege and peril. Yet history proves that even the brightest lights can be extinguished by greed, obsession, or vengeance. The rich and famous live in luxury, but they also attract envy, hatred, and those willing to kill for a taste of their world. Killers of the rich and famous reveal the fragile illusion of safety that power creates. Behind gated mansions and bodyguards, beneath designer clothes and red carpets, the same vulnerabilities exist. Jealous lovers, disgruntled employees, and predators drawn to status like moths to flame. For every glamorous figure, there's someone lurking in the shadows who believes that ending a life can grant them meaning, money, or immortality. One of the most infamous murders in American history is the killing of Gianni Versace, the legendary fashion designer, in 1997. Versace was shot outside his Miami mansion by Andrew Cunanan, a charming but deeply unstable social climber obsessed with wealth and fame. Cunanan's killing spree spanned 5 states before ending with Versace, his final and most high-profile victim. The motive? A deadly mix of envy and delusion. Cunanan longed to belong to the glamorous world Versace represented, but when he couldn't, he chose to destroy it. His crimes showed how fame doesn't just attract admiration, it breeds obsession. The murder of John Lennon years earlier had carried similar undertones. Mark David Chapman, an unassuming man from Hawaii, was consumed by contradictions. He adored Lennon's music, but resented his success and perceived hypocrisy. Chapman saw himself as insignificant and Lennon as godlike. By killing him, Chapman sought both revenge and relevance. His name would forever be tied to a legend, even if it meant infamy instead of glory. Some killers of the wealthy act out of vengeance, others out of greed. In 2009, Anne Presley, a rising TV anchor, was beaten to death in her home during a robbery gone wrong. Her beauty and visibility made her a target. To her killer, she wasn't a person. She was a symbol of a life he could never have. This objectification of the rich and famous is a recurring theme. Killers often see their victims not as individuals, but as embodiments of success, arrogance, or opportunity. Few cases embody that greed more than the 1959 murder of Charles Lindbergh Jr., the infant son of aviation hero Charles Lindbergh. The kidnapping and killing of the baby shocked the world. Bruno Hauptmann, a German immigrant, was convicted and executed for the crime, though controversy about his guilt still lingers. The case became known as the crime of the century, illustrating how wealth and celebrity could draw criminals like a magnet. To the public, the Lindberghs represented American perfection. To their killer, they represented ransom and escape. Greed-fueled murders within the elite often stem from betrayal by those closest to the victim. Martha Moxley, a 15-year-old from a wealthy Connecticut family, was brutally murdered in 1975. The prime suspect was Michael Skakel, a Kennedy relative. The crime remained unsolved for decades, its investigation tainted by privilege, power, and influence. Moxley's death became a haunting reminder that even the most elite families cannot escape corruption, scandal, and death. But not all victims were heirs or celebrities. Some killers themselves rose from privilege. Lyle and Eric Menendez, the Beverly Hills brothers who murdered their parents in 1989, turned wealth itself into motive. The Menendezes claimed years of abuse drove them to kill, but prosecutors argued it was greed. They wanted control of their family's fortune. Their trial, televised and sensationalized, exposed the moral decay behind wealth and the media's thirst for drama. The brothers became infamous, not for their brutality alone, but for how they symbolized entitlement gone rotten. The blending of fame and violence also extends to Hollywood's elite. Phil Spector, one of music's most brilliant producers, lived a life of excess and paranoia. His murder of actress Lana Clarkson in 2003 tore away his veneer of genius, exposing the abuse and volatility behind the fame. Spector's case revealed a darker truth about celebrity killers. They often believe their status makes them untouchable, that their talent excuses their cruelty. And then there are cases where the line between predator and protector collapses. In 1982, William Desmond Taylor, a silent film director, was found shot to death in his Los Angeles bungalow. The case involved actresses, drugs, and scandal, but was never solved. Hollywood was still young, but its underbelly, power struggles, jealousy, and hidden vices, was already thriving. Taylor's death became one of Hollywood's earliest unsolved mysteries, a sign that fame itself could be fatal. The wealthy are not just targets of greed, they are also prey for the mentally unstable. In 1989, Rebecca Schaeffer, a promising actress, was murdered by an obsessed fan who had been stalking her for years. Her death led to major changes in U.S. anti-stalking laws. It showed that obsession, when mixed with delusion, can pierce any level of fame or security. Each of these cases, Versace, Lennon, Schaeffer, the Menendez parents, reveals a common thread: the dark magnetism of power and prestige. Killers of the rich and famous are often driven by what they lack: money, recognition, control. Their crimes are attempts to reclaim that imbalance, to destroy the illusion that some people live above consequence. In a society that worships fame, murder becomes the ultimate act of perverse equality. But it's not just outsiders killing the elite. Sometimes the killer is part of the same glittering world. In 2007, Robert Blake, a veteran actor, was accused, though later acquitted, of murdering his wife, Bonnie Lee Backley, in what prosecutors called a Hollywood noir come to life. The case blurred the boundary between fiction and reality, where celebrity itself seemed to script its own tragedy. The pattern remains. Where fame shines brightest, darkness gathers. Wealth promises control, but killers remind us how fragile that promise really is. Fame can't stop a bullet, money can't buy loyalty, and power can't protect from obsession. In the end, killers of the rich and famous expose one of humanity's oldest truths, that envy is as lethal as hate. For every idol, there's someone waiting to topple them. For every mansion, a shadow just beyond the lights. And in those shadows, the glitter of fame becomes the glint of a knife. Memory feels like truth. We remember a face, a voice, a day in the sun, and we trust the image as fact. Yet every recollection is not a photograph, it's a reconstruction. Each time we remember, we rebuild the past from fragments, filling gaps with imagination. Memory, far from a perfect archive, is a creative act. It is both the map and the dream of who we are. Scientists once believed memory worked like a filing cabinet. Information stored in neat folders, retrieved unchanged. Now, neuroscience reveals a more unsettling picture. Memory is malleable, fluid, constantly rewritten by emotion and time. The act of remembering reopens neural pathways in the hippocampus, making them briefly unstable before being resaved. Each recall subtly alters the original, layering new interpretation over old sensation. Over years, stories shift, faces blur, and certainty becomes illusion. The past is not fixed. It's a living process. This fragility begins at encoding. When experience first enters the brain, the hippocampus converts short-term impressions into long-term memory through consolidation. But emotion heavily influences what survives. The amygdala tags emotionally charged moments as important, prioritizing them for storage. That's why we remember the pain of loss more vividly than an ordinary Tuesday. Emotion is memory's anchor and its bias. The stronger the feeling, the deeper the imprint. but also the greater the distortion. Consider flashbulb memories, the vivid recollections of shocking events, where you were when tragedy struck or history changed. People recall these moments with absolute confidence, yet studies show they're often inaccurate. The brain prioritizes narrative coherence over accuracy. It wants a story that makes sense, not a record that's true. Memory is less historian and more novelist, crafting a tale that preserves meaning, not detail. The reconsolidation theory explains this plasticity. Every time a memory is reactivated, it becomes susceptible to change before being stored again. New information can blend with the old, altering it permanently. This phenomenon allows trauma therapy to work. Painful memories can be rewritten in safer emotional contexts, but it also makes memory unreliable. Eyewitness testimonies, for example, are notoriously prone to error. Suggestive questioning can implant false details so convincingly that they feel authentic. The mind doesn't lie intentionally. It simply edits reality to maintain emotional balance. Psychologist Elizabeth Loftus demonstrated this fragility in the 1970s. She showed that asking witnesses, "How fast were the cars going when they smashed into each other?" led to higher speed estimates and even false memories of broken glass, compared to the neutral word hit. One word rewrote an entire event. The implication is profound. Language shapes memory, and memory shapes belief. The stories we tell ourselves become the truth we live by. Inside the brain, memories are distributed, not localized. Sensory components, sight, sound, smell, are stored in their respective cortical areas, while the hippocampus acts as an index linking them together. When we recall, these fragments fire in unison, reconstructing the moment. But because they're stored separately, misfires can occur. A smell might trigger the wrong scene. A song might recall a memory half true. These cross-connections are how nostalgia and déjà vu arise, echoes of experiences overlapping imperfectly in the neural web. Trauma distorts this process even further. Under extreme stress, cortisol floods the brain, impairing hippocampal function. Memories fragment, becoming sensory shards rather than coherent stories. That's why trauma survivors often recall isolated sensations, sound, smell, heartbeat, without clear sequence. The brain, overwhelmed, records survival, not chronology. Yet through therapy, these fragments can be reintegrated, transforming terror into narrative. Healing begins when chaos becomes meaning again. At the opposite extreme lies hyperthymesia, a rare condition where individuals remember nearly every day of their lives in precise detail. While it sounds like a gift, it's often a burden. Those with hyperthymesia cannot forget pain or regret. Every moment is eternally present. Forgetting, it turns out, is essential to sanity. The brain erases selectively not to betray truth, but to protect it. To live fully, we must let some memories fade. Memory also evolves with identity. As we grow, our sense of self changes, and the brain reshapes past experiences to align with the present narrative. Childhood memories become simplified, sometimes rewritten entirely to fit who we've become. This phenomenon, called autobiographical coherence, helps maintain psychological continuity. Without it, the self would fragment into disconnected versions. We edit the past not to deceive, but to survive the present. Even collective memory, shared history, follows this pattern. Societies reconstruct the past to fit cultural identity, emphasizing certain events while erasing others. Monuments, textbooks, and myths all serve as collective hippocampi, storing selective truths. Nations remember as people do, through story, through emotion, through choice. The same neural biases that shape personal memory scale up to civilizations. Technology complicates this further. We now outsource memory to devices, photos, videos, cloud archives. Yet external storage changes internal process. When we know information is saved elsewhere, the brain offloads effort, reducing recall strength. Psychologists call this the Google effect. We remember where to find knowledge, not the knowledge itself. The digital age expands information but weakens retention, replacing living memory with searchable data. Still, memory is more than information, it's identity in motion. Each recall, each reconstruction, defines who we believe ourselves to be. To lose memory is to lose continuity. Diseases like Alzheimer's strip away not just recollection but selfhood, revealing how deeply memory and consciousness intertwine. The tragedy of forgetting one's life isn't only cognitive, it's existential. It shows that memory isn't something the mind has, it's something the mind is. Yet even in forgetting, there is beauty. The brain's imperfection allows forgiveness, reinvention, and growth. If every memory were immutable, we'd be trapped in past versions of ourselves. Forgetting is mercy disguised as flaw. It lets us rewrite identity, adapt to change, and create new meanings. The fragility of memory is the freedom of the soul. Perhaps then, truth in memory isn't about accuracy at all. It's about authenticity. What matters isn't whether the past happened exactly as we recall, but whether the story we tell from it serves understanding. The mind may distort details, but it seeks coherence, purpose, and healing. In that sense, every false memory carries a hidden truth, what we need to believe to keep living. So when you remember someone you loved, a moment that shaped you, or even a pain that lingers, know that you're not replaying history. You're rewriting it softly in the language of emotion. Every recall is a rebirth, every forgetting a small death. Between them lies what it means to be human, a creature who remembers not perfectly, but beautifully. The new century promised progress, technology, connection, surveillance, and justice at digital speed. But beneath the glow of screens and the hum of machines, the monsters didn't vanish. They adapted. The 21st century didn't end murder. It redefined it. Killers learned to weaponize visibility, to use fame, social media, and the chaos of modern life as part of their methods. What once hid in shadow now streamed in high definition. In this era, serial murder became both spectacle and silence. The rise of Israel Keyes marked a new breed of killer, cold, deliberate, and disturbingly intelligent. Keyes buried kill kits across the United States, each containing weapons, duct tape, and tools for murder. He would fly to a city, rent a car, drive hundreds of miles to a random town, kill a stranger, and vanish. He had no pattern, no signature, no connection to his victims. That made him invisible to databases designed to find similarities. When caught in 2012, Keyes revealed fragments of his crimes before taking his own life in prison. His story wasn't just about death, it was about control. In the 21st century, anonymity became the killer's greatest weapon. Technology didn't stop predators, it gave them new hunting grounds. The case of Luca Magnotta blurred the line between crime and performance. In 2012, Magnotta uploaded videos of his crimes online, taunting investigators and feeding off internet attention. His narcissism and cruelty were amplified by the digital age. Every click became part of his ego's fuel. He killed not only for power, but for permanence, knowing that the internet never forgets. In another disturbing case, Chris Watts, a seemingly ordinary husband and father from Colorado murdered his pregnant wife and 2 daughters in 2018. His crime wasn't premeditated on the scale of serial killers, but its horror was amplified by modern exposure. He had appeared in family videos, smiling, pretending, posting. When he confessed, the internet replayed every second of his false happiness. The story went viral not because of its brutality, but because it shattered the illusion of the perfect digital family. The monster wasn't a stranger. It was the man next door. Mass murder, too, evolved in the 21st century. The Columbine massacre of 1999 had signaled a new age of domestic terrorism, one built on fame-seeking and imitation. The shooter's manifestos spread online, inspiring generations of copycats. The rise of the internet turned violence into ideology and ideology into recruitment. Killers like Dylan Roof, Elliot Rodger, and Peyton Gendron didn't act in isolation. They acted in performance. They broadcasted their hatred, posted their motives, and sought validation from virtual cults of rage. Their crimes were less about murder and more about myth-making, twisted attempts to leave a digital legacy carved in blood. The modern era also gave rise to female killers who broke old stereotypes. Jodi Arias, convicted in 2013 for murdering her ex-boyfriend Travis Alexander, embodied obsession turned psychosis. Her trial became a media sensation, streamed to millions, dissected in real time. Arias flirted, lied, and manipulated the courtroom, crafting her own narrative while the world watched. She represented the convergence of vanity and violence, a killer perfectly designed for the age of televised drama. Then came Samuel Little, the most prolific serial killer in American history, whose crimes spanned decades but were only uncovered in the 2010s. His story was one of invisibility. His victims were poor, marginalized, often forgotten. For years, law enforcement dismissed the patterns. Technology eventually caught up, using databases and DNA to link over 90 murders to one man. Little's legacy exposed a darker truth. Modern progress meant nothing if society still ignored the victims who didn't fit the headlines. The 21st century's killers also used the anonymity of the internet to create new methods of manipulation. Cases like the Slender Man stabbing, where 2 young girls attacked their friend believing in an online myth, revealed how digital folklore could distort fragile minds. The myth became a murder attempt, blurring fiction and reality. Similarly, killers began using online dating apps and dark web communities to lure victims, proving that evil could evolve faster than the systems designed to contain it. But not all modern monsters fit traditional molds. Some wore uniforms, carried badges, or held positions of power. Corruption and violence within institutions, officers, soldiers, or corporate leaders, revealed a subtler kind of killer, one hidden behind bureaucracy and law. Modern America's obsession with control created its own form of quiet brutality. And then came terror in Las Vegas, Orlando, Sandy Hook, Uvalde, mass shootings that defined the era. These weren't traditional serial killers, but symptoms of a deeper sickness. Each event was followed by debates, promises, and silence. The killers craved visibility. Society gave it to them. The cycle repeated, the body count grew, and the cameras kept rolling. The 21st century didn't make killers more human, it made them more efficient. Surveillance cameras, DNA tracking, social media, all tools of exposure, and yet the violence persisted. The monster learned to live within the system, feeding off the very attention meant to stop it. Each new killer studied the ones before, improving, adapting, evolving. Murder became algorithmic, spreadable, repeatable, almost industrial. Yet amid the horror, one truth remains. Killers have always reflected the world that made them. In this century, that reflection is digital, fractured, and merciless. Our monsters no longer lurk in darkness. They glow on screens, trending, shared, archived. Evil no longer hides, it advertises. The modern killer's greatest crime is not just the lives they take, but the audience they create. They turn grief into content, tragedy into trend. And the world, scrolling endlessly, watches in fascination. Because in the 21st century, monsters don't just kill, they perform. America has always been a land of extremes, freedom and violence, opportunity and destruction, creation and death. From its earliest days, the nation was built on conquest, rebellion, and bloodshed. Violence became not just part of its story, but part of its identity. And in that legacy, killers, from outlaws to serial predators, became dark reflections of the American psyche. The fascination with murder runs deep through the nation's veins. Newspapers of the 19th century printed lurid accounts of frontier killings and public hangings. Crowds gathered at executions, treating them as moral theatre, a performance of justice, a reminder of control. In the 20th century, true crime magazines and radio dramas replaced gallows spectacles, turning real death into entertainment. By the time television arrived, America had learned to consume murder like a story, dramatic, horrifying, but somehow familiar. Killers became cultural landmarks. Bonnie and Clyde, John Dillinger, Charles Manson, Ted Bundy. Each was a criminal, but also a symbol. They embodied rebellion, chaos, and the dark side of fame. The media turned them into twisted celebrities, their faces plastered across front pages, their stories dissected in films and books. In chasing evil, America created icons of it. The more society condemned them, the more people watched. The killer became a myth, and the myth became marketable. The rise of television and film in the late 20th century transformed how murder was perceived. Bundy's charm, Dahmer's horror, Aileen Wuornos's tragedy, each story became a case study, a reflection of deeper fears about power, sexuality, identity, and madness. Documentaries, interviews, and dramatizations blurred the line between education and entertainment. Even today, millions stream shows about serial killers, seeking insight, yes, but also a thrill, a proximity to danger from the safety of their couches. America's endless fascination with murder says as much about society as it does about the killers themselves. It reveals a hunger for understanding, a need to explain what seems unexplainable. Why does evil exist? Why do ordinary people break? What makes one human take the life of another? Every killer becomes a riddle, and every solved case, a temporary answer that never truly satisfies. Yet beneath curiosity lies complicity. The same culture that mourns the victims also immortalizes their killers. We remember the names of the murderers, not the murdered. We analyze their psychology, quote their confessions, and replay their trials. The killers become immortal, the victims become footnotes. It's a cruel kind of storytelling, one where empathy is overshadowed by obsession. In the modern age, true crime has become a full-fledged industry. Podcasts, docuseries, and social media communities turn tragedy into conversation, speculation into community. Armchair detectives scour police files, Reddit threads, and Google Earth for clues. The hunt for answers has become collective, blending empathy with voyeurism. Everyone wants to solve the mystery, but few stop to question why we're drawn to it in the first place. Part of it lies in control. Murder stories give shape to chaos. They transform the unthinkable into something that can be studied, categorized, and explained. They offer the illusion of understanding, that if we just learn enough, we can prevent it from happening again. But the truth is harder. Violence is not an exception to human nature. It is a part of it. Every killer in this book, from H. Holmes to Israel Keyes, from Lizzie Borden to Jeffrey Dahmer, reflects something innate: ambition twisted into domination, pain reborn as cruelty, power warped into destruction. Another part lies in fear. To study murder is to confront mortality, the randomness of death, the fragility of life. When we stare into the abyss of human violence, we're really asking, could I have stopped it? Could it happen to me? The stories offer distance, a way to face the fear without being consumed by it. But they also remind us that the killers were once just like us, ordinary, unnoticed, until something inside them broke. And yet, there's something deeply American about the way we turn even horror into narrative. The country's myths are built on extremes: the outlaw hero, the self-made man, the unstoppable avenger. The serial killer, in a dark inversion, fits perfectly into that mythology. He is independent, defiant, unstoppable, the nightmare version of the American dream. In a culture that worships power and autonomy, the killer represents their corruption: freedom without conscience, ambition without empathy. But fascination does not have to mean glorification. To look into darkness is also to recognize the light that resists it. The detectives, the survivors, the families who refuse to forget. Behind every killer's story are lives destroyed, but not erased. Their memory demands that we remember not just the act, but the aftermath. Not just the killer, but the cost. As we close this chronicle of 100 American killers, it's tempting to see it as a gallery of monsters. But the truth is quieter, more unsettling. The monsters were human. They walked streets like ours, loved and lied, smiled and murdered. Evil wasn't born in them. It grew, nurtured by neglect, by cruelty, by a society fascinated with violence, yet unwilling to understand it. The legacy of blood that runs through America is both curse and confession. Every unsolved case, every courtroom headline, every whisper of another body found, all echo the same truth. The nation's story is written in violence, and it keeps rewriting itself. And perhaps that's why we keep looking. Not to celebrate it, but to comprehend it. To believe that by naming the monsters, we might somehow cage them. But the final truth lingers, inescapable and cold. Evil doesn't die. It changes its face. It waits. And America keeps watching.